Shall we bow our heads and feel the presence of God? Let us pray. Our most gracious Lord, pray.
Hello. Ayan. Hello po. Good morning po sa ating lahat. So pakitawagan na po yung atin pong mga kasamahan na hindi pa po nasa virtual room. And we will start po at exactly 8:30. Thank you. Hello po. Good morning. So mag-roll call lang po tayo. Unahin lang po natin yung ating mga DILG provincial offices from DILG Ilocos Norte. Wala pa. From DILG Ilocos Sur. Andyan naman na si Mika. From La Union, andyan naman na si Ma'am Let. And from Pangasinan.
Morning.
Morning po, ma'am. DILG Pangasinan, andyan na si...
Good morning po.
Good morning po. Ayan, si Krishna pala. Ayun. So, sa atin pong mga LGU participants, dumako naman po tayo sa atin pong mga LGU participants. Unahin na po natin yung ating participants from Ilocos Sur, from the provincial government po. One of our presenter po mamaya.
Present po.
Hi, good morning po, ma'am. From Narvacan. Ayan, meron naman na. From Santa Cruz. Wala pa yung ano. From Tagudin. Ay,
Hello, Ma'am Sam. Good morning.
yes. Dandan yung ating mga LGU participants.
Sa OM sila, Ma'am Sam. Pumunta na si Ma'am Juliet po.
Okay po. Thank you.
Okay po.
Sa Pangasinan naman po, from the provincial government of Pangasinan. Hello po. Okay, so from Asingan, nandiyan na kanina si MPDC yata. Meron na. Ayan. From Bani, okay, meron naman na. From Bugalion, ayan, meron na. And from Suwal. Ayun. Okay. So, wait lang po natin si Sir Francis to go on board. Then we will start na po yung atin pong activity for today. And for now, paki-fill out na lang po yung atin pong attendance. Already shared na po yung link sa atin pong chat box. Thank you. And may we request din po pala to please rename po yung atin pong mga Zoom accounts sa inyo pong LGU or office or agency and then your name po for proper acknowledgement lang po. Thank you. Ayan, so good morning ulit po sa ating lahat. So habang inaantay po natin yung iba, pwede naman na siguro tayong magsimula sa ating mga preliminaries. So at this point po, may we request everyone to have a moment of silence po for our invocation.
Our most gracious Lord and loving Heavenly Father, Creator of heaven and earth, we offer our thanksgiving and praise to you for the countless blessings of good health, providence, protection, and deliverance. Lord, we humbly come before your holy presence, asking forgiveness for all the shortcomings we committed against you. Please continue to guide us that we may walk in accordance to your will. Commit ourselves to you. May your Holy Spirit continue to inspire us amidst the challenges we are facing these times. As we undertake the responsibilities upon our shoulders. May your unfailing love radiate in each heart, that we may take away all the negativities within. Please grant us, Lord, the success to all our endeavors, for to you we offer all the glory and honor. All of this we pray in the precious name of Jesus, our Savior. Amen.
Yan, so salamat po sa ating lahat. And we are already in our day 2 of our module 2 ng LED4LGUs training. So as promised po kahapon na sinabi namin, meron po kaming mga surprises. Ayan, so bago po ang lahat na magpakadalubhasa tayo sa ating mga discussions for today, magkakaroon lang po tayo ng konting pag-games para naman po maganahan tayo sa atin pong mga activities for today. So, ayun. So, yung atin pong games, parang similar lang naman po ito dun sa atin pong module 1. So, lahat po ay ini-encourage namin to please participate po. So, we will be giving questions and then paunahan lang po tayo sa pagsagot. Yung atin pong mga answers ay isesend na lang po natin sa atin pong chat box. So, meron po tayong 6 na steps dyan. So, for every correct answer po ay 1 step po siya. So, yung LGU participant po natin na unang makaka-reach yung atin pong pinaka-top, siya po yung magiging winner. So, yung atin pong prize ay secret na lang daw po muna. Malalaman po natin mamaya, pero panigurado po ay masisiyahan po kayo sa amin mga papremyo for today. Ba tayong lahat? May we see virtual thumbs up po pag ready na tayo sa ating Hello, ayan. Sa DILG La Union lang po ang ready, so siya lang po ang magsasagot. Ayan, ayun. Ayun, pero hindi naman siya kasama. So saan po yung ating mga LGU participants po? Para sa inyo po ito. Para sa inyo po yung prize. Ayan, so from Bugalyon, meron na. So yung ating ibang participants pa from Asingan. Ayan. From Asingan po, kindly virtual thumbs up po para alam po namin na naka-focus na po tayo sa atin pong activity for today. Meron na. Okay. So, From Bani. Ayan, okay na. From Swal. Pa-virtual thumbs up po from our participants ng LGU Swal. Ayan. Okay. Sa atin pong provincial government ng Pangasinan. Pa-virtual thumbs up lang po. Ayan, nag-open ng camera. Ayun. So, from the provincial government of Ilocos Sur, pa-virtual thumbs up po. Ayan. From Tagudin. Pa po yung ating mga LGU participants from Tagudin. Ayan. So, let's move po sa Santa Cruz. On the way sila. Ayun. So, sa ating participants from Narvacan, pa-virtual thumbs up po. Ayan. Okay, so let's start po. So, ready na po ang lahat. So, present po ang ating representatives from DSWD and ano dito para po makita na wala pong dayaan na mangyayari. Ayan. So, for our first, paunahan po ito na pagsagot sa sa chat box natin. Ayan. So, for the first question, give at least 2 roles of LEPO and team. Ayan. So, dalawa lang po sa dinami-dami ng mga roles po ng LEPO and yung team. Dalawa lang po yung hinihingi namin. Okay, nauna ang Pangasinan, Provincial Government of Pangasinan, Analyst, and Advocate. Ayan. So, 1 point for Pangasinan. Yan, yung answer natin, Analyst, Advocate, Catalyst, Gap Filler, Visionary, and Educator. So, congratulations po from the to the Provincial Government of Pangasinan. Ayan. So, 1 step na siya. Okay, so next question. Economic developers can help businesses, workers, and blank. Again, economic developers can help businesses, workers, and blank. Okay, may sagot si Bani, government. How about the others? Pangasinan, communities, wala na? Wala na po bang hahabol? Ayun, so the correct answer for the question is communities. Again, 1 step higher ulit si Pangasinan. Habol po yung mga ibang mga ibang LGUs kasi parang the last time si Pang na naman po yung nanalo Ayun. Congrats po sa provincial government ng Pangasinan. Okay, our next question. Identify at least 1 lead process. Ayan, so napakita kahapon yan. Identify at least 1 lead process. Okay, meron nang nagsagot. From Pangasinan, initiating lead. From Bani, initiating lead. Ayan. Okay, so the answer is, ayan. So initiating lead, understanding the local economy, preparing the lead strategy, implementing the lead initiatives, and reviewing the lead results. So again, Ang nanalo po, initiating led from the provincial government ulit ng Pangasinan. Okay, baka gusto pong humabol ng provincial government ng Ilocos Sur and yung iba pa po nating mga ano. Kasi parang Pangasinan and Bani lang yung sumasagot. So yung iba po nating mga LGU participants, habol po tayo, nakatatlong ano na steps na po si PG Pang. Okay, so naka one step na din po si Bani for giving us the correct answer, initiating led. Ayan. So our fourth question, what are the elements of competitiveness? Lahat daw po i-identify natin yung elements of competitiveness. Ayan, Google. Okay, so wala pa pong sumasagot. PDO, Economic, Government Infra, Resiliency. Hindi po kumpleto, ma'am. Pakikumpleto lang po yung ating answer. So from Ma'am Irene, economic dynamism, ma'am dapat maano daw, ma-identify lahat ng mga elements. PPDO, economic dynamism, government efficiency, infrastructure and resiliency. Ayan, nakatamang sagot ang ating participants from the PGIS. Economic dynamism, ayan. So, the correct answer is ayan. So, yung correct answer is economic dynamism, government efficiency, infra, and then yung resiliency. Okay, so naka one step na rin po si PGIS. Okay. So baka yung iba po nating mga LGU participants ay gusto ding mag one step. Ayan, so yung atin pong susunod na question. Give one prohibited practice on competitiveness. So isa lang po yan. Isa lang po yung hinihingi po namin. So again, give one prohibited practice on competitiveness. Okay. Any more po? Nakapagsagot na si PG Pang? Okay, so ang sagot po ni PG Pang is abuse of dominance. And then, ayun, hindi, susunod is PG Pang din po yan, no? Pangasinan Provincial Budget Office. So, anti-competitiveness, ay competitive agreements. Ayan. Okay, so pa-show po ng, ano po yung ating, correct answers. Okay, so yung sagot po is anti-competitive agreement and then abuse of dominance and then anti-competitive mergers and acquisition and cause of non-compliance. So yung mga nakatamang sagot po is PG Pang and Bani. Ayan, so bale dalawa kasi yung sumagot from the PG Pang. Ayun. Okay. Hala. Dalawa na lang na correct answer kay PG Pang. Okay, so next question. The following are functions of the PCC except, so paki-indicate lang po yung letter na hindi po kasama sa functions ng PCC. So A, impose sanctions, fines or penalties. B, review merger and acquisition. C, consult stakeholders to understand market behavior. D, rank LGUs on competitiveness. E, review competitive business. And F, advocate pro-competitive policies. And G is conduct studies to guide industries and consumers. Okay. Ano? So yung sagot po ni LGU Bani is DE. Hindi daw po counted yun, yung DE ni LGU Bani. And then sinagot naman ni PGIS is letter A daw ang hindi kasama sa function. Si LGU Bani is B. Si Ma'am Irene, A and D. Pangasinan, D. And then Asingan, D. Then humabol si Tagodin, A. Swal, D. Bugalion, A and D. Wala na, sige pa. Sige pa po. Okay, i-type nyo na yung hindi. Ang galing ni LGU ba niyo? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay. Answer is letter E. Ayun. So, one step, ma'am. 1 point po for LGU Bani. Hindi daw po pwede yun. Yung A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Ayun. Okay, so wala pong nakatama ng sagot for question number 6. So let's move on to question number 7. Ayan, so blank is the capability of local governments to provide an environment that nurtures dynamism of its local enterprises and prosperity of its residents. So ano po yung blank? Ayan. So, sumagot na si LGU Bani, competitiveness. Ayan. So, para ano po yung ating sagot? Ayan. So, the answer is competitiveness. So, 1 point po for LGU Bani. And PGIS. Point po for Bani and 1 point daw po kay PG Pang. Ay, PGIS, sorry. Ayan. Okay. So talagang ayaw niyong pa-anuhin sa tuktok si PG Pang. Yun pong sa kay Bani, ma'am, hindi daw po pwede yung A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Ayun. Okay, so let's move on po sa atin pong next question. What is the global competitiveness ranking of the Philippines in 2019? Ayan. So ano daw po yung global competitiveness ranking ng Pilipinas ng 2019? Okay. Okay, so may sumagot na from the PG Pang, 64. Okay, so the correct answer is Yung nakatamang sagot is PG Pang and then ang Asingan. Okay. Okay, so susunod po nating question. Yes or no lang po ito. Yes or no, according to Michael Porter, competitiveness encompasses the economic sector. Okay, sumagot si Bani. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. LGU Asingan, yes. Nakakahilo. Okay. Ulitin po natin na yes or no. According to Michael Porter, competitiveness encompasses the economic sector. Okay, so lahat po sumagot ng yes. Ayan, sumagot si Ma'am Irene. Pero hindi daw po pwede yung kasi hindi po kasama ang DILG. So LGU participants. And nakasagot na po tayo ng yes kanina. Ayun. So wala na po yun. Okay, so next question na po tayo. Wala na? So next question po. It is wala na pong ibabasa na lang po namin. Okay, so question number 10, it is an innovative whole of government approach to pursuing local economic development that provides alternative mechanisms for LGUs to plan and implement competitive strategies. Ano daw po ito? It is an innovative whole of government approach to pursuing local economic development that provides alternative mechanisms for LGUs to plan and implement competitive strategies. Okay, so sumagot ang PGIS, strategic position, Bani, strategic plan, PG Pang is competitiveness planning. Okay, so the correct answer is competitiveness planning. Ayan, so si PG Pang po ang nanalo ulit. Ayan, so congratulations po sa mga participants po natin from PG Pang. Ayan, so makikipag-coordinate na lang po. Okay. Sa atin pong participants po from PG Pang, kindly directly message po yung aming account, Zoom account, yung inyo pong number. Ayan. Okay, sabihin ko na daw po, GCash number, GCash account. Pa-send daw po, pa-direct message na lang po sa amin. Thank you. Okay, so congratulations po ulit sa ating participants from the provincial government of Pangasinan. Okay, so at this point, okay, so yung as agreed upon po yesterday, meron po tayong naiwan na some topics on the local economic assessment. So at this point po ay itatackle na muna natin yon bago yung presentation po ng ating output. So may I now turn over the virtual floor po sa ating speaker, the program manager of the DILG La Union, Ma'am Nicolette May Amon. Ma'am.
Hello, good morning po sa ating lahat. Hello?
Yes po, ma'am. Medyo mahina lang po, ma'am, yung audio.
Hello? Okay na ba?
Ma'am Let?
Yes po. Hello? Clear na po ba yung audio ko?
Hello, ma'am.
Hello?
Yan. Okay na po, ma'am.
Okay na, ayan. Thank you. So, allow me po to share my screen. Okay. So, yesterday po, napag-usapan natin or na-discuss na po kahapon yung tungkol sa CMCI or the Cities Municipalities Competitiveness Index. And for us to be able to build our competitiveness profile sa ating local government unit, there are different sources of economic information that we can use. Okay? We also discussed yesterday, gusto natin ang ating mga local government units would achieve community well-being. And this would mean na dapat sustainable ang ating built and natural environment. We have access to public transport. Social integration naman, okay ang ating health, education, resiliency, peace and order, housing and culture. And we have access to Wi-Fi and smart city. Yung ating purchasing power, employment and innovation, mataas for economic dynamism. And good governance and shared value, walang corruption, there is volunteerism, there is community connectedness, at saka merong community involvement. So yun po yung mga gusto natin. And na-discuss din po kahapon yung mga dimensions ng competitiveness, yung government efficiency, economic dynamism, infrastructure, and resiliency. So again, how do we build on our competitiveness profile sa local government unit? What are the sources of information? So first, we have the SGLG. So we are all familiar with SGLG. Malapit na po ang ating assessment. Pasadahan lang po natin, ano ba yung SGLG? So we have 10 governance areas. You can see here in your screen. We have financial administration, disaster preparedness, social protection and sensitivity programs, safety, peace and order, business friendliness and competitiveness, environmental management, tourism, heritage development, culture and the arts. And meron po tayong tatlong bago, yung programs for sustainable education, health compliance and responsiveness, and youth development. Now that it has been signed into a law, yan. So, nag-level up na po ulit ang ating mga indicators. So, ano-ano ba yung mga kinukuha natin ano ba yung mga pwede nating kunin na data from the SGLG Governance Assessment Report? So, tinitignan natin kasi dito yung performance ng LGUs in the 10 governance areas, yung mga nasabi po kanina. At after that, we analyze kung ano yung pagkukulang or yung mga gaps natin dito sa governance areas na ito so that we can identify our interventions. Okay? So, from the, hindi lang natin kukunin yung data from the business friendliness and competitiveness na governance area because we all know na all other areas can also affect yung economic development. So lahat ng indicators, lahat ng data na nakukuha natin dito, pwede nating gamitin to build on our competitiveness profile. So for example, mataas yung rate natin for the safety, peace and order. Maganda yung ating performance dito, then nakaka-contribute yon sa pagiging competitive din ng ating local government units because we can attract more investors, diba? And if we attract more investors dahil nga safe at saka peaceful and orderly yung ating LGU, makaka-attract ng investors at makaka-increase tayo ng employment, nag-i-increase ang productivity, ang revenue growth. So, nandun yung ating local economic development. So that is, so what are the things that we look at for SGLG? So we look at 4 things. We have the LGU capacity, yung ability nila to deliver. So this is the institutional capacity. Okay ba yung structure, yung system, yung kanilang mechanisms, yung kanilang plans and budgets. Kasi syempre kung hindi maganda itong mga ito, hindi rin natin masasabing competitive yung LGU, diba? Kasi they will not be able to deliver yung mga basic services. Hindi rin magiging maganda yung kanilang performance. Further governance principles, transparency, participation, and accountability. Syempre kung ang isang LGU, example lang po, ang isang LGU ay well known for corruption, for difficulty sa pagkuha ng mga business permits and licenses, hindi magandang environment yon for economic growth. Supervisory function, tinitignan din ito sa SGLG. So for a province to pass, meron po tayong kolatilya doon na at least 10% of its component cities and municipalities kailangan makapasa rin. So for example, ang isang province, kahit pasado siya sa 10 governance areas, kung wala namang pumasa sa kanyang component cities and municipalities, hindi rin siya papasa. Ano ang kinalaman nito sa competitiveness? Inaano natin dito na lahat ng nangyayari sa component cities and municipalities nakaka-affect sa economic development din ng province. Okay? So kahit nasabihin natin for example na independent component city ang Dagupan, pero yung economic activities doon sa Dagupan, nag-spill over din siya sa mga surrounding municipalities niya or cities, and nakaka-affect pa rin yun doon sa economic development ng buong probinsya ng Pangasinan. Okay? For the outputs and outcomes, tinitignan din natin sa SGLG yung outcomes of reforms, yung mga accomplishment plans nila, fund utilization rate, and frontline services. So maganda ba yung pag-deliver nila ng frontline services? Are these streamlined? Okay? Yung utilization ng kanilang resources, are they fully utilized? Ibig sabihin na ma-maximize ba yung paggamit din ng LGU sa kanilang resources? Next naman po na pwede nating source ng data would be the Sustainable Development Goals. We are also familiar with this. It was known before as the Millennium Development Goals. But in 2015, the UN Summit, the member states of the UN Summit adopted the new Sustainable Development Agenda. It will run until 2030, and it sets forth yung ating plan of action for people, planet, and prosperity. So ano naman ang kinalaman ng SDG or paano naman natin ito magagamit? Lahat din ng nagagather natin na data to monitor yung ating accomplishment ng Sustainable Development Goals, we can also use this to give us a picture of how our local governments are faring in relation to competitiveness and economic development. Like for example, you cannot say that an LGU is competitive or economically growing or progressive kung mataas ang kanyang poverty rate, kung maraming tao ang nagugutom, kung mataas ang maternal mortality rate, infant mortality rate, or napakababa ng literacy rate. So yung mga data rin na ito, makakatulong din sa atin to build the competitiveness profile and for us to identify ano yung gaps dun sa profile na yon. And then of course, address these through strategies. Okay? So another source po yan, yung ating Sustainable Development Goals. Other sources of information can also come from our local plans. So in the figure po, you can see the different plans being formulated by LGUs. Iilan lang po ito, marami pang mga plans na kaya merong etc. po dyan. LCCAP, LDRRM plan, Local Poverty Reduction Action Plan, Solid Waste Management Plan, tas may etc. Sobrang dami pa pong plans na nire-require sa kanila. But in the local government code, we only have 2 mandated plans. You have the Comprehensive Land Use Plan and the Comprehensive Development Plan. So paano ito makakatulong in for us to come up with a competitiveness profile? So in formulating our plans, we also make use of different tools such as the local development indicator dataset, and we also have the rationalized planning indicator dataset. So yung mga data po na yun, pwede rin gamitin to build our competitiveness profile. Like for example, agricultural productivity, ano pa ba? Ilan yung number of schools vis-a-vis yung, or ilan yung daycares vis-a-vis yung mga standards na sineset forth ng national government agency. Or halimbawa sa comprehensive land use plan, nasaan yung mga identified na zones na pwedeng for investment, okay, for commercial purposes. Yan. So yan po yung mga pwede nating gamitin for our competitiveness profile. Another tool would be the climate and disaster risk assessment tool. This is the process of studying the risks and vulnerabilities of exposed elements, namely the people, yan po yung population, urban areas, agriculture, forestry, and fishery production areas, dito po naman po yung natural resource-based production areas, critical point facilities, lifeline utilities, and other infrastructure associated with natural hazards and climate change. So kapag ginagamit po natin ang SIDRA, we seek to establish risk and vulnerable areas by analyzing the underlying factors on hazard, exposure, vulnerability or sensitivity, and adaptive capacities. The SIDRA facilitates the identification of priority decision areas and allows the identification of various DRR and climate change adaptation measures in the form of land use policy interventions. So meron po tayong 6 steps sa SIDRA. First is yung pag-collect natin and pag-organize ng climate change and hazard information. So ini-inventory kumbaga ng LGU. Nasaan ba yung mga areas na prone sa hazards? Nasaan yung mga areas na meron ng history ng hazards or disasters? And then next, we scope the potential impact of climate change and hazard. So kapag ba worst case scenario, ano yung pwedeng mangyari? Okay? And then number 3, develop the exposure database. Dito usually nagkakaroon ng mapping or hazard mapping. Tinitignan nila saan yung mga exposed na areas doon sa locality. And then next is the conduct of climate change vulnerability assessment. Ina-assess dito yung vulnerability to climate change, yung degree of exposure, sensitivity, at saka yung adaptive capacity. So tinitignan kung mangyari ba ito, ano yung mga adaptive measures na meron ang LGU or what do they have in place. Okay. Dito pumapasok kung meron ba silang mga early warning systems, meron ba silang mga mitigating infrastructure kagaya ng mga flood control mga projects na ganon. Okay? And then we also conduct disaster risk assessment based on the likelihood of occurrence and intensity of the hazard. Yan. And then we summarize the findings. So from all the assessments, tinitingnan na ano yung findings, nasaan na dito yung pinaka, kumbaga yung extreme na areas, kumbaga sa mapa, nasaan na yung mga red parts or red areas. And then what are the issues, what are the implications, ano yung impact if you're not going to address it kung babaliwalain na. Ganon yung hazard sa isang area. And then, ano yung mga pwedeng gawin. Okay? So, paano natin gagamitin yung results from this assessment, from the SIDRA? We already know kasi na disasters can contribute to hazards and they can also hamper development. Even development din, kapag kapag industrial development, sometimes they can also contribute to hazards. Kaya magandang makita kung ano yung results ng SIDRA so that we can forecast kung ano man yung magiging losses, kung magkakaroon ba ng economic decline. And therefore, syempre kung alam natin kung anong mangyayari, kung anong magiging impact, we can identify mitigating measures and other strategies that would prevent this from happening. So let us just remember that risk-informed decision-making would lead to risk-responsive development. Okay po? So in summary, these are the following data sources that we can use in building on our competitiveness profile, in also facilitating our efforts to achieve a competitive LGU. So we have yung na-discuss po sa inyo kahapon, yung CMCI. You also have the LDIS and the RAPIDS. You have the SIDRA, the Sustainable Development Goals. Yung CBMS, yung poverty mapping na ginagawa ngayon ng PSA in partnership with the ILG. We have the SGLG. You can also have yung inyong mga GAD plans. And of course, other data sets that may be available from other government agencies. So all these po, kagaya nga ng isang lagi naming sinasabi, kapag magbibuild tayo ng isang bahay, isang analogy lang po, magbibuild tayo ng isang bahay, hindi lang iisang tool ang ginagamit natin, di ba? Hindi lang martilyo. Marami tayong tools na ginagamit for us to build the house. In the same manner, in building our competitiveness profile for the local government units, we can also use a multitude of tools para mas maging accurate po yung picture na magiging na i-represent natin. Okay? So, yun lamang po for the sources of economic information. Maraming salamat po sa pakikinig.
Okay. Okay, so thank you so much po, Ma'am Let, for sharing the other local economic assessment tools like the SGLG, yung ating SIDRA. So napakita ni Ma'am Let kanina yung mga yung list na ng data sources po na pwede po nating gamitin for our data. So yung sa SGLG, for sure nakaka-relate po dito yung ating mga LGU participants dahil baka by now ay busy na sila on the preparation of their documents. Ayan. So again, thank you so much po. So before po na i-let go natin si Ma'am Let, may we request everyone po to please open your cameras po for our photo ops for today po. Ayan, pa-open po ng ating mga camera para makita po yung ating kagandahan at kagwapuhan. Ayan. Ayan, sige pa. Magbukas pa po. Ayan, ang gandang tignan. Okay, so hold your smiles lang po in 1. Sige, habol po yung LGU Santa Cruz. Ayan. Okay, so hold your smiles po in 1, 2, and 3. Ayan. Maraming salamat po. Ang gaganda at ang papogi ng ating mga participants. Ayan. So again, Ma'am Let, thank you so much po for having you today. So kahit na sobrang busy po si Ma'am Let ay in-squeeze niya talaga yung kanyang schedule para sa atin for today. Ayan. So ngayon naman po, let us move na sa ating presentation ng ating mga outputs. So based on our agreements yesterday, yung presenters po natin ay LGU Asinggan for our assignment po kay Ma'am Kat, and then the PGIS po para sa ating output for Sir Francis. So check lang po natin if on board na po si Sir Francis.
I'm here.
Ayan. And si
Yeah.
Ma'am Kat po.
Dito na po ako.
Ayan, okay na. Okay, so at this point, the virtual floor is yours po, LGU Asinggan. Ayan, take it away po, sir. From LGU Asinggan po. Po sa ating participants po ng pang-Asinggan, mag-unmute lang po tayo. Ma'am Kat, Ma'am Catherine. Ma'am, andito po kanina si engineer, si Sir MPDC po. Since wala po si yung atin pong wala po yung si MPDC. So meron po ba among our participants po, LGU participants who is willing or who is willing to present their output po, kasi di po ba lahat naman tayo ay na-require na mag-prepare ng atin pong mga output. Ayan. So meron po tayong LGU participants who is willing po to present yung kanilang output. Wala po net sa Asinggan, from time to time nawawala din po sa. Okay, so yung Asinggan po ay may problema yata po sa kanilang internet. Okay, since wala pong nagbo-volunteer and we need to proceed na po dahil tumatakbo po yung oras. Ayan. Okay, so may we have our participant po from PGIS. Oo, balikan na lang po natin mamaya si Asinggan po. Ma'am Lovie.
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. Ma'am, bale na i-submit nyo na po yung dalawang output po ninyo. So okay lang po ba na yun na lang din po yung gamitin natin? Kayo na lang din po yung mag-present yung sa output for Ma'am Kat?
Sige po, ma'am.
Okay. So we will be sharing your na lang po, your output, ma'am.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, take it away po, Ma'am Lovie.
Yes po, good morning po. I'm Lovie Antaaka, representing the province of Ilocos Sur. So ito po yung Ilocos Sur competitiveness profile po namin. Under the economic dynamism po, under sa reality, we have the declining livestock and poultry production due to the ASF outbreak that affected the meat processing industry such as bagnet and longganisa. So yung ideal po namin is increasing the livestock and poultry production because currently yung bagnet and longganisa po namin ngayon is on part of the localization marketing na po siya. And sa gaps po naman, lack of capital and access to financing. So yung actions to address the gaps, so the government will attract financial facilities such as local cooperatives and livelihood assistance for their startup. So under po sa recovery program po namin, ginagawa na po namin ito. One of our cooperatives, which is the NSCC, is providing capital po gaps to our SMEs po. And then under naman po sa government efficiency, yung reality po, yung mga we only have the designated local economic investment promotion officer, and yun po yung ideal po natin is we will have the LAPO officer po. And then gaps, absent of local economic investment promotion officer, and then the action po is to the creation of LAPO. So under the infrastructure naman po, we have the airport used only for private flights. So yung ideal po sana namin is magiging commercialized airport to increase tourist influx and in the province, and also accessibility. Mas madali na lang po. And then sa gaps po, we still have the lack of runway expansion and other facilities. So yung actions po namin, acquiring property for the expansion of runways and building of additional facilities. Pag hindi po kaya ng budget, we can enter it to the CPP. So yun po yung Ilocos Sur competitiveness profile. Ayun. And then sa resiliency naman po, declining tourism industry since the pandemic, and our ideal po is to sustain our tourism industry and economy. And then sa GAP po, outdated tourism development plan, hindi naman po siya outdated because 2020 to 2025 pa naman siya. Kaso lang po, yung COVID-19 pandemic were not incorporated. And then, before po kasi, we have the restriction on the entry of tourists that weakens the capacity of tourism industry namin. So, yung actions po namin is to the strategic planning and enhance the tourism development plans po. That's all po. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes,
May
ma'am.
we have comments from Ma'am Kathleen?
Yes, ma'am. I was about to ask ma'am kung if I should be giving comments. So, sige po. Ma'am, thank you for presenting po yung inyong competitiveness profile. In fairness, nakikita ko naman po na you have exerted effort into constructing yung profile natin. So, very interesting po. Actually, yung sa first pillar, doon sa economic dynamism, what I appreciated is yung very specific yung nilagay nyo na isa doon sa ordeals po nung province nyo, which is sa livestock. Perhaps para ang nakikita ko po dito is parang dito po sa sector na ito, parang nakakoncentrate ba? Or isa ito sa mga sectors na nakakoncentrate si Ilocos Sur para maging productive po yung economy doon sa Ilocos Sur, since ito po siguro yung ito po yung parang sector or yung industry na available sa inyo. However, sabi nyo nga po, in reality, declining yung livestock and poultry due to ASF outbreak, which is hindi lang naman po sa Ilocos Sur nangyayari, kundi nationwide. So hindi lang naman po kayo ang may problema niyan. But it is essential na makita nyo kung ano yung pwede nyong gawin to address po yung gaps. Ang nakalagay po dito, yung parang actions to address the gaps is yung attracting financial facilities para makapagbigay po kayo ng assistance doon sa mga nagsa-startup. Pero you also have to consider po siguro na hindi lang siguro yung financial facilities or yung problema dito, kasi kahit po meron tayong pera, but the fact na hindi na-address or hindi nakikita masyado kung paano i-address yung outbreak, yun po yung titignan natin. Kasi however, yung dami ng mga facilities natin, kung yung, kumbaga yung virus, hindi po ba, nandiyan dyan, hindi po gagalaw yung aim natin na i-increase yung livestock and poultry production. Pero that's a problem naman po na hindi lang si LGU yung dapat na tumitingin, pero kasama niyo po, di ba, si DA dyan, na tinitingnan yung solution doon sa problema na yon. Doon naman sa government efficiency, ano po yan? Tamang-tama po ito. Tama po yung parang pagkakagawa niyo dyan. Yan po talaga yung nakikita naming action to address the gaps. Pero ang alam ko rin po, di ba, meron tayong parang circular po ba yon or parang memorandum order na dapat talaga each LGU meron pong LEPO. And parang ang ine-encourage po talaga natin doon sa circular na yon is hindi lang designated yung officer na titingin sa investment promotion, kundi meron sana talagang unit na na-establish po para hindi lang kumbaga designate. And then sa infra naman, very interesting po ito. Actually, especially now na halimbawa, unti-unti kasi nag-open up na yung economy natin. Although titignan mo siya, very interesting, very, ano ba yung tawag dito? Very maganda ang inyong target. Pero kung i-fill out nyo yung magnitude po, parang pag i-realize nyo, parang acquiring property for the expansion of runways, pag ipuput into consideration nyo yung budget na kailangan po dito, hindi po ba napakalaki? So, it is, hindi naman natin ina-underestimate. It is of course doable, pero maraming efforts ang kailangan po para sa pag-finance nito. Maraming studies ang kailangan para na-implement po ito. Pero yung nakalagay dito na enter into PPP, yung Public-Private Partnership, that might actually realize po yung goal ito. Actually, hindi lang po sa Ilocos Sur eh. Sana nga po kahit dito sa La Union, sa Ilocos Norte, sa Pangasinan, napakaganda po, hindi ba? Kung meron sana tayong tigi-isang airport na commercialized. Imagine, sa tagal nating na-stuck dito sa ating mga lugar for 2 years dahil sa mga lockdown, unti-unti nag-open up yung economy. Kahit papano gusto natin magbakasyon ng konti, mag-unwind kahit local. Imagine if meron tayong flights diretso papuntang Bora, Cebu, Davao, hindi po ba hindi yung pinoproblema pa natin yung paano kaya tayo pupunta ng Manila, wala nga pong dito sa amin sa La Union, walang travel yung partas na San Fernando diretso to Manila. Buti si Bigan, Silawag meron. Dito po wala. So imagine yung pamasahing matitipid ng mga constituents natin if hindi nila kailangan i-budget yung kanilang pamasahe or travel papuntang Manila, yung time na matitipid nila na pupunta pa ng Manila para lang sumakay sa eroplano for 1 to 2 hours, mas matagal pa yung biyahe papuntang Manila kaysa yung flight nila papunta doon sa local destination na gusto nilang puntahan. So, napakaganda po sana nung idea, and if we could only realize or if we could only see kung paano or kanino po tayo pwede makipag-partner para ma-realize ito, napakaganda pong direction para sa atin po nito. And then sa resiliency naman po, naiintindihan ko po yung direction ng mga nilagay niyo po dito, no? However, if ititingnan po natin doon sa mga sub-indicators ng resiliency, parang hindi po ito yung direction na tinitingnan natin na gap na dapat yung i-address. Sa resiliency po kasi, yung mga sub-indicators natin dito is more on halimbawa sa mga kung may presence ng land use plan, kung ano po yung mga resiliency equipments na available, mga resiliency infra na available. So yun po more or less ang tinitingnan natin sa indicators doon sa pillar. Pero the ideology is not wrong. Medyo hindi lang po siya pang resiliency. Siguro pwede po ito sa sa economic dynamism kasi parang sector siya na nag-bring in po ng pera or ng investments or ng income doon sa LGU niyo po. So siguro itong nakalagay sa resiliency, it could be added up doon sa mga inputs niyo for economic dynamism, and then sa resiliency, we put something else na naka-align po doon sa sub-indicator. But the ideology is correct po. Ibang indicator lang po siya. So yun lang po yung comment ko po. Pero Very well drafted po, and I appreciate na napag-isipan po yung nakalagay dyan po.
Thank you po.
Thank you din po.
Ayan, so thank you so much po, Ma'am Lovie, and thank you so much din po, Ma'am Kat. So I hope yung ating mga participants ay nag-take note po, no, nung mga observations po ni Ma'am Kat. Okay, so i-share lang po namin before po tayo pumunta sa next presenter natin. I-share lang po namin sa chat box yung link kung saan po isa-submit yung atin pong mga workshop. So as agreed po na lahat po tayo, lahat ng LGU participants are to submit their workshop output po. So bale dalawa po yung folder na na-create. I-share na lang po ng ating IT yung link natin, no? Okay, so let's proceed na po sa ating second na workshop output po. So we will still request for Ma'am Lovie to please present your output po.
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, nasend ko din po yung PowerPoint. Paper. Ayan. Thank you po.
Take it away, ma'am. Thank you.
So this is our strategic position statement. Next slide po, please. So the strategic position statement was derived from our vision, a productive, business-friendly, and safe heritage province treasured by responsible leaders and city-centric. So yung productive po is for our economic dynamism, and business-friendly is for governance, government efficiency. Safe heritage po namin is under the infrastructure and resilient dynamism. So, next slide po. So what kind of impact would you like the LGU to have given your priority industry? So since Ilocos is known for cultural heritage hub, province, and tourism industry is the major source of income and employment, the following are the priority industries in the province po. So first is the meat processing, the bagnet and longganisa. The bagnet is famous Ilocano pork dish that is known for crispiness, and while longganisa is the fat pork meat and stuffed into the intestine wrap. So aware naman po kayo lahat dyan. And then we also have the cultural and ecotourism. So Ilocos is known, yun nga po, heritage and cultural hub in the province. And then the Abel Iloco industry. So one of the arts and crafts in Ilocos and known for its strong and colorful fabric po. So currently, local weaving industries are declining, and at the moment po, the PGIS aim to reserving the culture and keeping it alive. So number 4 po, yung tobacco industry naman, where most tobacco as the major cash crop of the Ilocos region and has an undeniable impact on the agricultural, economic, and social life for every Ilocano po, and has been a major force of economic development po in Ilocos. And we also have the furniture industry po. So next po, thank you. So what are the things that the LGU could leverage on in terms of competitiveness? So we have the growing demand of bagnet and longganisa. Second po, yung supportive local cooperatives such as NSCC na willing pong magpahiram po sa amin and to the SMEs po with a low rate po in financing. And then the RA 7171, the major source of income for socio-economic development of Ilocos region. And then we have po abundant natural resources. And then rich in cultural, which is on the vegan heritage and the Santa Maria Church and eco-tourist destination, especially po in the upland municipalities po. And then next po, so this po yung mga proof namin kung bakit leverage po yung the Ilocos po. This is the technology, yung produkto po ng Ilocos, which is the longganisa and bagnet. Next po. So ito po yung Ilocos Sur Capital Assistance for Recovery Program na yung NSCC po yung partner po namin dyan. Next po. And this is the top 10 tobacco producing LGUs po. Next po please. So ito po, mayroon po kaming mga natural resources. And then our cultural heritage sites and our ecotourism po. Yan po. And then what should LGU should still work on in terms of competitiveness? So we have here the tourist sites are part to each other, lalo na po yung mga upland municipalities namin, yung mga waterfalls po na pinakita ko po sa inyo kanina, medyo hindi pa siya accessible. And then lack of tourist officer, mostly in the tourist officer for each LGU po. So mostly po kasi sa LGU po namin is designated pa lang po. And then tourist guide is only 10 in Ilocos Sur is accredited and some are already inactive. And then we have the absence of ICT and lack of database. So data collection is always a challenge to every LGUs po. The creation of pero meron na po kaming inline na programs, projects po, the creation of PGIS portal application to be widely used instrument of governance in the province and enables the collection, storage, exchange, and use of information for various administrative purposes in the public interest. And yung ikaapat po is the re-emerging of animal diseases na hindi ko lang po nalagay dyan. So that's all po. Thank you.
Ma'am, ngayon po, I may request Sir Francis to comment on
Can you see the can I see the position statement?
Yes.
I did not catch it before, so that I can. What's that again?
The second page.
Second page na. Position. Productive, position.
Business friendly and safe heritage province po.
Ilocos Sur as business friendly. Sandali. As business friendly and safe na heritage. Okay, sige. Thank you. Anyway, my comments actually, maybe I can request share screen. Maybe I can just expand this. Can you see it in the screen? Okay. Good morning. Maliit siya, no?
Yes.
Pwede na.
Yes po, sir.
Okay. So I was trying to catch up sa presentation na ginawa ninyo. So my take is you want to position Ilocos Sur as a business friendly and safe heritage province ba? Tama no? Tama ba ang ko? Did I catch it right?
Yes po.
Okay, sige. So and the key industries that you have now are the food or meat processing, then there's cultural ecotourism, there's tobacco, furniture, and of course your strengths are in the growing demand for these particular products. your supportive institutional co-ops or arrangements, abundant natural resources, and rich cultural tourism assets. Then what are the areas for improvement? I think you need to have a more improved tourism circuit. You need to develop your tourism circuits to connect the products and gateways. The need for have municipal tourism officers. The absence of ICT for as database, no? And as source for information for real-time decision making, and the emerging issues on the risk brought about by animal diseases. So I tried to catch up your presentation on ano ba tawag doon sa kanina, no, in your analysis, no? And this is what I heard catch up, no? So I think one of the core areas that you want to achieve is to provide access to capital, no, for your industries. I'm pretty sure when you talk about these industries, you mean probably itong mga industries, no, that you mentioned.
Yung mga SMEs po natin under on
Yeah,
that
MSMEs
industry
na.
po.
Yeah, MSMEs
Yes.
na. To MSMEs. So basically, these are in the area of yung mga itong meat processing. Tama ba? Akala ko.
Yes po.
I'll place it here. Para
You can-
parang I'm just making ang ginagawa ko ngayon. I'm just summarizing what you were sharing to me. No? Okay. This is 16. Then there is an issue. There's a concern that you have. Nakita ko. Improving connectivity, through expanded infrastructure of the runway. I think your purpose here, I'm pretty sure your purpose is to make sure that you will position Ilocos Sur as a safe heritage tourism province. No? I mean, you need airports. If you want to attract investors, you actually also need what you call this. You need a good airport. Then I was trying to catch the idea, and I think one of the priority areas that you want to do is to really do tourism recovery. You want to
Yes.
you want to enhance your tourism, and I think your MSME recovery also.
Yes po.
I mean, I'm just picking up and from the presentations that you have. And to support that, you need to really establish the economic office. And I think I need to add another box, which is tama ba? Sandali. Copy, paste. So you want to, what you call this, your weakness is lack of tourism. You need to establish probably the tourism offices. Sorry. Establish municipal
Tourism.
tourism offices.
Office.
Offices, no?
Yes po.
That's one. Then ano pa ba? ICT. I think okay. I'll just move this a little. So I think there was an issue na property, no, kailangan niya ng acquisition of property for what you call this?
Especially po yung namin.
Yung sa
airport.
runway, no, and maybe
Yes.
other activities. So you also need to establish your grabe rush ang natin, no, ang competitiveness framework. You need to establish ICT, or you need to Make it smaller. I'll just make it bigger. Establish database for or ICT na. Establish ICT database. So information dissemination for good economic decision making. Okay, so then you have a concern kanina to improve tourism planning. I think it's related also to the idea na kailangan nyo ng ano no ng yung kanina yung about circuits, no, improving or developing tourism circuits, just improving planning for tourism resilience, of course using tourism circuit development. Okay, anyway, what I'm trying to to illustrate to you is parang itong mga data na linalagay ko ngayon sa screen, which is draft, maybe an element of competitiveness plan, was actually taken from the presentations that you have already told us as a result of your analysis of competitiveness, and of course as other information that you provided us through the positioning statement that we presented. No? So in effect, what I am presenting if you look at the core objectives, these are all about economic dynamism. It's all about infrastructure development and all about resiliency. And all the ones in the enabling part are actually the support, no, the good governance part, meaning the government efficiency needed to ensure that this major access to capital, connectivity, and enhancing MSME recovery and tourism recovery will happen. And all this would lead you to, positioning Ilocos Sur as a business-friendly and a safe heritage province. So ang challenge ko ngayon is, I think, ano ang impact that you want to see? I think you also need to create jobs, no? I think that's one of your reasons. You want to have more, ano tawag dito? Yung tourism and MSME and ano tawag dito? And tourism recovery. Anong purpose ng tourism recovery is because you wanted to create employment, maybe sustaining or sustainable MSMEs and tourism enterprises related to heritage, and ecotourism. So tourism enterprises. And maybe you also wanted to improve the quality of life of people in Ilocos, of course in Ilocos, of those in the what you call this, in the tourism and MSME beneficiaries or clients or beneficiaries. Okay, anyway, what I was trying to illustrate as a summary, I think what the challenge now is how do you utilize the information provided sana through the gap analysis that you have done, and of course through the sector competitiveness sana value chain analysis that you might do, so that you can develop this competitiveness plan. So na-notice ninyo that all these objectives that you see in the screen are actually no different from what you are already currently doing. What I just try to show to you is to have some sort of a framework some sort of a roadmap to help you navigate yourself towards the kind of positioning that you will have for Ilocos Sur. And of course, all these would lead you to improving the quality of life, making sure that enterprises are sustainable, and subsequently of course, creating jobs. I'll just arrange it properly, So ideally, you want to see a better quality of life for people in Ilocos Sur, and you start that by coming up with sustainable, MSME and tourism enterprises anchored on tourism and heritage, create jobs in this sector, and improve the quality of life of those of the tourism and MSME clients or beneficiaries. So that's actually the process na ginawa ko, which I think you need to also, parang ang thinking ko dito is, or ang approach natin is, use the information in the gap analysis and maybe the value chain analysis that you will be preparing, plus the questions that we have done in the positioning statement. Because this positioning statement will actually be your guide. This will be your guide in the kind of objectives that you want to, to achieve, say, in a given time frame, say in the 3 to 5 years. So yun lang naman, parang feeling, di ba easy? It's a matter of looking at it from a different perspective. No? Iba yung pagtanaw natin sa mga ginagawa natin in terms of building the competitiveness of your local government units. So yun ang yun ang input ko at this time for everyone, no? So it requires that you need to engage, you need to discuss, you need to have an office, by the way, you need to have a team that will help you discuss all these things from the data that are provided to you through the gap analysis. And just a matter of having this particular framework that will actually be just a template on how you will navigate yourself towards the kind of position for your LGU. And of course, I would like to also warn you that there are still other activities that the local government is doing to make Ilocos Sur, for example, business friendly and a safe heritage tourism province. But the reason why we are doing this competitiveness roadmap is to ensure that our energies, our capacities, and our resources are maximized. But let's try to check again your strategic position. So you will try to address these weaknesses that you have. I think, no? You're trying to address this. You're taking advantage of demand. Okay. And I think one of the things that I think I lack here in the competitiveness plan is about maximizing the cooperatives. No? I think that's one of the things that you need to also take into account. No? So I think we can add maybe one box here to strengthen, let's strengthen the cooperatives, no? Strengthen more, no? The cooperatives. Oops. Okay. So I think those are some of the things that I can share to you. I hope you get the feel of the process. And ang lesson learned dito is atong mga tips ko dito is to link, no, or cascade, or to connect its project or its initiative or its objective, so that as a whole, diba, as a whole, you can achieve the kind of positioning that your province will achieve, no? So yun ang yun ang input ko at this point in time when you have all these things, no, in place, right? Any questions so far? And what do you think are some of your reflections as a result of listening to me? Any reaction? or anything that you want to ask me about this? Anyone? So if I'd like to summarize the key points, ang ginawa ko, I did not recreate. I just use a roadmap to ensure that all your objectives, which are based on the gaps that you have identified in your gap analysis, use it and try to interrelate or connect each other's objectives. Which of these are core, which meaning they are all about economic dynamism, they're all about infrastructure and resiliency, and which of these are enabling, which are actually more about government efficiency. Try to look at each of these and find out how that contributes to achieving your strategic position and ultimately contribute to the impact that you want to see in your local economy. So that's actually the simple way. And the data sources that you can get is, of course, the CMCI index, the seal of good local governance that we have presented earlier this morning. You can get it from the SIDRA, you can get it from your economic profile and or the LD, what you call that, the rapids, no, as part of your CDP process. So all information are available. The challenge now when you prepare a competitiveness plan, which is part of an economic plan, is to make sure that your objectives are cascaded properly and are connected or tied up together, guided by the strategic position. And of course, that contributes to the kind of impacts that you want to see in your local economy. So yun ang yun ang input ko at this time. Again, I would like to get your reactions to this. Okay lang. So I'll share this to you. Anong comments niyo? What kind of reflections do you have as a result of listening to the summary that I'm making?
Okay, so sa atin po mga participants,
I want to hear their thoughts about this.
Okay po. Okay, so sa atin pong mga participants, pwede po ba namin
Maybe,
marinig yung inyong reaction,
we want to hear
comment,
your
or if you have any concerns?
Ang
Ayan,
bilis natin, no? We came up with our competitiveness plan in few minutes after listening to the presentation.
Yeah. Okay.
Ang ano ko dito is nandiyan na yan sa inyo. It's just a matter of tying it up together and having a framework to tie it up. Actually, ang ginagawa ko ngayon, ng theory dito behind it is a balanced scorecard. Now we're using a balanced scorecard approach, but I try to modify it by using enabler and core. Meaning yung si core, yun ang pinaka-meat ng competitiveness plans ninyo. Yung enabler is actually more about the enabling conditions or requirements so that your core objectives will happen. I'm pretty sure may kulang pa dito kasi may mga policy pa tayo, may mga ano pa ba, policy support, maybe ano pa ba sa structures and systems which are actually there na offices, planning, support, database. So yung mga ganong enabler are necessary. Of course, you are doing a lot of things beyond this, what you see in the screen. But ang challenge lang is at least you prioritize what are the things that are necessary for you to achieve your position. And that position will bring you to a level where Ilocos Sur is a competitive province. Sige. Comments or reflections on the idea?
Okay, so may yung questions po natin habang nandito pa po, kasama po natin si Sir Francis para ma-guide pa po tayo kung meron pa po tayong kailangan i-clarify or meron pa po tayong hindi masyadong naintindihan. So let's make most of it na po. So may we hear po sa ating mga participants. Siguro from the provincial government of Pangasinan.
Yeah, sige.
Discovers subsectors of social protection, education, health education, and
any comment? Any question,
Pero
clarification?
siguro, do you like the way it is done? Kaya ba? Mga ganon. Kasi mas mabilis kung visual, no? At saka, I think it's easy for our chief executives later to understand it, no? Kasi nakita nila in one page, ano bang gagawin nila, no? To make Ilocos Sur a safe heritage province for the tourists and a business friendly for investors. Tapos very clear na ang inyo focus ng competitiveness nyo are your meat processing, cultural, ecotourism, and the current industries, which can actually be tied up also to your tourism recovery and MSME recovery. So kung ako ang dito, while there are big businesses na available in Ilocos Sur, ang focus ng recovery ko is the MSMEs in the area of meat processing, cultural, and ecotourism, tobacco, and furniture. Kasi sila ang most affected by the pandemic. So yung maganda. To support that, you need infrastructure, you need a good planning, you need an office, and you need to have data para you can actually come up with projects, no, for MSME and tourism enterprises to recover.
Support services for farmers, social development, access for laborers.
Okay, kung wala, okay ba? You get the concept? Okay lang.
Sir, good morning po.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, from DTI.
Yes, Kat.
Yes,
Ako-
yes. Good morning, Sir Francis. I would just like to comment, because I appreciate very much your presentation kasi parang hands-on, live, on the spot na yung pag-pick up ng info. Actually, I would just like to say na kami po sa DTI, this is one of the programs or activities that we are looking into for this year na gagawin. In fact, we already
Competitiveness planning, no?
Yes, we
Yeah.
have a competitiveness roadmap for the 5 pillars that we have drafted last year, and one of the targets is to actually localize this
Yeah.
on a per LGU level na actually.
Oo.
We would be actually very interested in inviting you pag nakakuha kami ng target LGUs na sampulan to. But just sir, siguro, question ko lang po sa inyo, sa palagay po ninyo, is this better to be done before or maybe after the elections? Kasi although hindi naman pag-aari ng LCE naman yung roadmap, it's just a guide
Yeah.
to them. But depending on the mayor who is sitting, syempre meron din silang mga sariling mga goals, targets, or visions for their locality. So halimbawa, itong competitiveness plan, or we could also call it a competitiveness roadmap, for example, for the province of Ilocos Sur, since ito yung nasample. So, amenable naman ako doon sa mga nakalagay. Of course, this is the reality on the ground. This is what we want, or this is what they want to happen for the province. Pero if halimbawa lang na iba na yung LCE na mauupo after the elections, and then may konting tweak doon sa visions niya, do you think it is better na ipasuin na natin ng patapos ito before siya mag-exit, or gawin po natin ito for our LGUs? Selected LGUs lang po muna yung ipapilot natin after.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So ang basic principle, di ba, I think there's a need to may buy-in, no? I mean, what we did now is a process taking it from the competitiveness analysis, no? Gap analysis that we have done. Of course, this is what we produce based on based on the gaps that we have identified. Of course, you can prepare it now, but you need to really get the buy-in, no, of the executives. So therefore, you need to engage them. You need to consult them when they are in office na. I mean, of course, as a result of that, there will be revisions, no? And I'm pretty sure we need to ensure na ang stakeholders, of course, the mayor is in our political system in the Philippines. The mayor is, and the council are really very powerful. We need to really make sure that they are part of the process. But of course, our role as technicians is to really provide them with an evidence-based process. So kung iba yung decision nila because of political reasons, at least as technicians, we already provided them with the proper way of doing it, no? Parang kung minsan our role naman is not to make decisions, final decisions, but to support them make decisions. So as much as possible, we need to engage them and we need to ensure that parang we have the enough evidence to support that these are the supposed to be the priorities that we will be doing. And mind you, I mean, I'm really like the idea na open, no, yung ang competitiveness ranks, they are all available publicly. Kasi that in effect, if other stakeholders see it, they can actually have a way of pushing pushing the local government to adopt that direction, right? Because we have the data to support it. Kasi kung minsan, yung mga mayors natin, of course, we know that they have political reasons. We have to ensure that our programs are politically feasible. But at the end of the day, we really have to really make sure that we provide them with quality decisions, no? Support to make quality decisions. And this is what we are actually doing at the moment. So for me, for example, if I'm a municipal planning officer, I have to do my job properly in coming up with a good plan. Kung hindi siya, and of course, market, no, quote unquote, the plan. Kung hindi siya convinced after all is said and done, di ba? Problema na yan, di ba? But your role, di ba, yung contribution mo to make that economy more competitive has already been done. But I think if you have done it logically and properly organized, and of course, ang mga objectives ng ating mga mayor are captured, no? Like they need to improve the quality of life of their constituents. They need to provide jobs for their constituents. I think it will fly well, no? The plan is a matter of, ang ano ko lang is a matter of how you present it to them.
Yes.
And I think one of the ways that we are now doing is to visually present it. Kasi kung minsan tinatamad sila magbasa ng makapal na CDP, for example, or your plan. But you have a way of summarizing it. So
Yes.
I think that's what we are actually doing at the moment.
I agree.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm really an advocate of competitiveness planning, which is actually what we call in DILG, making sure that the governance is efficient in terms of attracting investments and thereby create jobs. And
Yes.
of course, I'm pretty sure ngayon, ang dami ka na sinabi, no? Passionate ako dito. I'm pretty sure ang MSME natin talaga, nakita ko ang doon ng problem, di ba? We have really to connect them to big business. And of course, big business or investors would not like to deal with them because there are too many. Marami sila, di ba? Mahirap hindi siya efficient. That's why the importance of an office, negosyo center is really very important for me, no? Kung i-develop natin ang MSME. Yun ang yun ang kasi sa recovery effort natin ngayon, sila talaga may problem, di ba?
Yes.
Yung mga big business talagang, di ba? Marami silang pera. They can start immediately their businesses. Anyway, yun ang, I think, DILG, for me, in terms of economic development, will really partner with DTI in this area kasi nakita ko that building competitive LGU is actually providing a good economic governance element, no, in the way we manage our economy.
Yes.
Yun lang ang yung mga passion.
Sir Francis, sir, i-contactin ka po namin pag na further na yung plans.
Yeah,
But
I'm actually involved in your regional competitiveness planning, but I was not assigned in Region 1.
yes,
Nasa 4A yata ako, and of course in my Region 6. So I'm also involved in the ILG, so I have an opportunity to link them together kasi kung minsan, di ba, very business-oriented tayo sa DTI. I know it. Pero sa LGU, very governance, DILG. So, minumeri talaga natin yun if you want to build a competitive LGU.
partnership. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a very nice framework. I'm not sure if ito po yung template talaga na binigay sa mga LGU participants natin today or if on the spot. Meron kami kasi similar sa roadmap nga po natin.
Yeah, because I'm involved in the same
Yes.
with Respond, USAID Respond project.
Yes.
And before even Respond project, we were doing this already.
Mm-mm.
So, and we're doing this DILG also in our economic development courses. It's a matter of making sure that we need to make sure that they are linked. Yeah.
Yes. Not to adapt to the burdens naman po ng ating mga
LGU,
participants.
no?
Today,
That's right.
May assignment na naman. But Ma'am Narvi, I would very much suggest po na yung mga participants natin today, even though they would not be able to perfect yung kanilang competitiveness plan, hindi lang dahil kailangan nilang gawin as part of the workshop today or itong training, but I would very much encourage na maka-come up po yung mga LGU participants natin ng ganito. Because it's not only an output for the training that you are providing them, but actually kasi yung competitiveness plan and yung sa CMCI, lahat ng mga ibang programs ng mga LGU, pwede na po nila i-angklayan dito sa competitiveness plan na gagawin nila later on pag gagawa sila ng investment promotion plan nila. Hindi na nila kailangan pag-isipan ano ba ang gusto naming i-promote. They could just look at their competitiveness plan and makita nila, ito yung direction. Harmonized po yung direction. So sana po maging output po talaga natin itong competitiveness dito sa training, Ma'am Narvi. I encourage kasi very maganda po. Marami pong activities and programs na dito na nila pwedeng i-angkla para hindi po sabog-sabog yung mga plano ng LGU po.
In fact, tourism nga dito nakita natin. No? May mga tourism, even walang DOT dito ngayon. Pero I think tourism is there because of the analysis that you have started. Sige.
Yes,
Thank you, Kat, for that.
Thank you, sir.
Sige. Narbs, I think ito naman talagang natin yung mga game plan natin sa LGA, no, Local Government Academy. We need to advocate more and more of this kind of work. No? Sige.
Okay po. Okay, so
Thank
you
you,
so much.
Narbs. Thank you, Kat. I'll share this right now in the screen.
So well noted po. And actually, yung atin pong mga DILG officers of the concerned LGUs po, may we request din po to monitor din po no, and ensure po na maisa-submit po ng ating mga LGU participants ang kanilang mga workshop. Ayan. So anyone po?
In relation to that, ang game dito ang involvement. You need to make sure na na-engage ang mga stakeholders. That's why sa LED process natin, yung na-present ni Narvi sa kahapon, you really have to create a LED team. Tama yun? Yung office and the team kasi, and a multi-stakeholder team kasi kailangan siya to support each other. Sige.
Okay po, sir. Noted po. Ayan. So, any more po?
Sige. Thank you.
Okay, so maraming salamat po, Sir Francis.
Stop screen and share na. Sige.
Yes po. And maraming salamat din po sa Provincial Government of Ilocos Sur, kay Ma'am Lovie for presenting yung kanila pong output. Ayan. And the explanation po ni Sir Francis is very clear na, no? Yung linking from the profile to strategic position to LGU competitiveness. So, actually, sinimplify na po niya. Alam namin na very overwhelming yung process ng pag-prepare natin ng mga LGU competitiveness plan natin. Pero sinimplify na po niya dun sa yung manner or the process. And we hope po na nasundan po ito ng ating mga participants, no? Ayan, so na-present din kanina yung mga data and information sources and andyan na nga po sila. So all we need to do is to make use of this information po. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I guess it's time for us to go to our session 6. Or so let's have 5-minute break na lang daw po muna before we proceed to our session 6. Okay. And sa atin pong winner kanina, sa atin pong palaro ay na-send na po yung inyo pong prize. Ayan. Paki-check na lang daw po. Thank you. Okay, so tapos na yung atin pong break. Ayan, so let us now proceed po to our session 6. So let us learn about the different approaches to enhance our LGU competitiveness. So let us hear first from our lead regional focal person, Ma'am Narvi.
Thank you very much, Sam. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat, lalong-lalo na po ang ating mga participants from the 9 LGUs na kasama po natin ngayon. Sana po nandyan pa rin kayo in front of your screen para naman po ay marami kayong matutunan tungkol dito sa Module 2 training natin. Thank you also sa ating mga resource speaker na nandito, si Ma'am Kathleen sa DTI, and of course, ang aming magaling na resource speaker dati sa LGS PILED na nandoon na po sa Iloilo, si Sir Francis. Thank you very much, sir. You made easy the life of the province of Ilocos in preparing their competitiveness plan. Halfway done na or almost done. Konti na lang ang kanilang gagawin or baka naman tapos na nung Ilocos. Okay, we now move on to our topic. So kahapon, ang mga nabanggit po natin ay tungkol sa competitiveness, napag-alaman natin or napag-aralan natin ano yung competitiveness plan framework, at saka yung mga important terms natutunan po natin. Ano po yung mga vision, mission, values, lalong-lalo na itong strategic position, roadmap, scorecard, targets, and of course, the PPA. So yun po ay napag-aralan natin kahapon. Ngayon naman po ay titingnan naman natin ang mga approaches para naman ma-enhance ang pagiging competitiveness ang isang LGU. So ang atin pong objective para dito sa ating topic ay apply the various strategic approaches in implementing programs. So alamin po natin kung ano itong mga iba't ibang approaches para naman po makatulong para magiging competitive ang isang LGU. Lalong-lalo na ngayon na nandito tayo sa new normal. Next. Doon sa establishment, hello, RJ, doon sa susunod after hindi yung case, yung susunod. Yes. Yes. Yan. Ang una ay establishment of the EDO. Ano itong EDO? Marami pong, ang ibig pong sabihin nito ay Economic Development Office. So nabanggit po natin sa in previous module, yung module 1, meron na itong LED po, saka yung LEDIP office, and then noong the other day or kahapon, nabanggit na naman natin itong EDO or LEDIP po. So, alam po natin na itong tao na ito or office or ay importante sa isang LGU. So dapat ay sana maiisip po ito ng ating mga local government units na ang isang position ng isang DEDI po ay napaka-importante po ang kanyang role. Lalong-lalo na ngayon na we are preparing on embarking on an economic development program. So if ever na isang investor ay pupunta sa isang LGU, of course, ang una-una niyang kakausapin ay ang LCE, but then yung susunod na mga coordination, yung mga susunod na meeting, ay ito na pong tao na ito or yung personal na ito ang siyang titingin o makikipag-usap sa isang investor. So, sana po i-encourage natin na magkakaroon po ng isang permanenteng position sa mga LGU, hindi lang siya designated, para naman ay magagawa niya ang mga iba't ibang roles and responsibilities para sa isang para sa LGU. And then another approach is the economic database. So napag-aralan po natin doon sa LED process na ang second process nito or second stage ay iyong preparing the local economy. So importante po na mayroong local economic profile ng isang LGU dahil ito po ang unang-unang titingnan ng ating mga investors pag pupunta sila sa ating LGU. Hahanapin ang mga importanteng documents. Like for example, titingnan nila kung mayroong CDP, meron ba silang CLUP, meron silang LIIC or Local Investment, Local Incentive and Investment Code. And also hahanapin din nila kung meron silang Local Revenue Code. So importante po na i-prepare lalong-lalo na yung ating LEDIP team na sana ay ma-organize sa ating mga LGU. I-prepare po nila ang mga data na kailangan para if ever na mayroong pupunta na isang investor or hindi lang siya yung mga interesado na mag-invest doon sa isang LGU at hanapin itong mga data, ay ready po na mai-provide ng LGU. And then another approach is public-private partnership. So itong public-private partnership ay isang pagtutunay na active ang ating economic program sa isang LGU. Dahil kung mayroong itong program na ito, ay mai-enhance ang kanyang competitiveness dahil maraming mga investor na interesado na makipag-partner sa LGU. So, importante na i-maintain ng ating LGU ang itong pakikipag-partner sa ating mga private sector. And this next approach or another approach is the infrastructure services. So alam po natin na ang ating gobyerno ngayon, national government, ay nakaangkla doon sa build project. So kailangan ang isang infrastructure program ng ating LGU. Ang infrastructure services ay ginagawa ng ating government and also the private sector. And then dito sa public infrastructure, ina-include niya ang water, yung mga streets and road improvements, mga paaralan, hospital, at saka iba't ibang public services. Dito naman sa private infrastructure, ini-include naman niya, sinasama naman niya itong mga electric distribution, mga natural gas, mga telecommunication system, telephone, and other services. So, kailangan po na ma-establish itong mga programa na ito para mas lalong ma-enhance ang pagiging competitive ng ating LGU. And then workforce development. ang kailangan po ng mga investors ay magkaroon sila ng mga kung pupunta sila sa isang LGU ay mayroon mga manpower doon na nagmamatch sa kanilang ino-offer na business doon sa isang LGU. So halimbawa, kailangan nila ng maraming mga electrician o kaya mga carpenters. Dapat po, yun po yung mga skill na dapat ever ready doon sa LGU para kung may mga magtatanong sa mga or nangangailangan sa mga manpower na ito, meron silang ipapakita or ibibigay na manpower doon sa business establishment or doon sa investor. So dapat pong malaman ng ating LGU na kailangan po silang mag-train in cooperation or in coordination with the TESDA ng mga high-skilled na skills para naman po may mga ever-ready na pool of manpower ready in their LGUs. So itong workforce development ay nagtutulungan po ang TESDA, ang DOLE, ang DTI at ang DILG. Ang TESDA, siya po nagbibigay ng training para sa mga skills na kailangan ng mga para sa manpower. And then dito sa DTI naman, kung ano yung mga kailangan na program para ma-enhance itong mga na-train na manpower. And then yung DOLE para makatulong if ever mayroong nangangailangan ng mga trabaho na complementing yung mga skills, yung mga trained na kanilang nakuha. And then siyempre po ang DILG para ma-prepare po yung LGU para naman yung mga policies niya, mga programs niya ay nakaangkla para sa development ng kanyang manpower. So, kung maganda ang manpower ng isang LGU, ito ay nakakatulong sa kanyang pagiging competitive dahil marami po siyang ibigay or marami siyang mga skilled na constituents na pwede nilang i-recommend na mabigyan ng trabaho. Lalong-lalo na kung may mga investors na pupunta sa kanilang lugar. And siyempre kung mayroong mga ready available na mga skills na kailangan, ito ay nakakatulong para magkaroon sila ng trabaho and also increase revenue in the LGU. Another is the ease of doing business. Ang ease of doing business or RA 11032 ay bago po ito na pinirmahan noong 2018 and ang aim po nito is to provide the services on promoting good regulatory practices by re-engineering government systems and procedures, regulatory impact assessment. So ito po yung mga regulatory na kailangan sa ating LGU para mas mabilis ang pag-conduct ng business, yung mga papeles na kailangan ay ma-process on time, hindi na sila pabalik-balik yung mga kumukuha ng iba't ibang lisensya. So, nangangailangan ito or nagsasabi na ang customer centricity ay itong RA na ito ay nakasentro sa ating mga customers para hindi na sila mahihirapan na magpipila-pila. Yun na lang papeles nila ang naglalakad within the same building. Hindi na sila pumupunta sa iba't ibang lugar para maayos ang kanilang papeles na nilalakad. And then by this law, it set the standards on the prescribed processing time, and also nag-adapt din ito ng mga information and communication technologies para mas mapadali ang ating pagbibigay ng serbisyo sa mga nangangailangan na ating mga constituents. And then dito sa scope natin sa law na ito, mga business related or non-business, and of course kasama po lahat ang mga government agencies, pati na rin ang mga quasi-judicial agencies. And ang provision po ng Republic Act na ito ay automation, lalong-lalo na yung BPLS, zero contact policy. Hindi na kailangan na yung tao ay pupunta sa isang agency. Yun na lang papeles niya ang mga lalakad, or siya ang gawin na lang yung client ay hintayin na lang niya na mapirmahan lahat yung kanyang nilalakad na mga papers. And of course, LGU related mga provisions ng LGUs, connectivity, yung ICT natin, and mayroon din po ang mga violations and penalties dito sa RA na ito. And then setting standards on prescribed processing time. Meron pong standard time on the processing, like pag simple transactions, ito lang ay ginagawa within or ina-actionan within 3 working days. Pag complex transaction naman, ito ay ina-actionan within 7 working days. And for highly technical application, 20 working days, and kung mas kailangan pa ng masusing pag-iisip at pag-aaral, 45 working days ang ina-actionan. Kung yun ay yung medyo kailangan na pag-isipan, kailangan na pag-aralan ang isang dokumento na kailangan actionan. So the number of signatories in any document shall be limited to a maximum 3 signatures from 5 signatories. Nagiging 3 signatures na lang. So kung itong ease of doing business na Republic Act na ito ay pinapatupad po ng ating LGU, ito ay nakakatulong sa kanyang pagiging competitive dahil madali na lang ang paggawa or pag-approve ng mga kailangan na papeles, mga dokumento. Yung mga investors hindi na mahihirapan in just how many days mayroon na silang makukuhang approval kung ano man yung kanilang pinapasa na document na kailangan may signature ng ating mga LGU. And then ito yung type of application, pag processing and approval of licenses, clearances, permits or authorizations for the installation and operation of telecommunication, broadcast towers, facilities, and others. Doon po sa barangay, ang kanyang number of days na dapat na mag-aksyon ay 7 working days. Doon naman sa national government agencies na nakatuka para sa yung mga request, 7 working days din ang kanyang dapat na action. Doon sa LGU, na munisipyo, sa city, 7 working days din. And for the local legislative body, yung ating mga sangguniang bayan, sangguniang panlungsod, non-extendable period of 20 working days. So yun po yung kanilang dapat na araw na pag-aksyon sa mga kinakailangan or pag-process sa mga iba't ibang application. So dito ay sinasabi na yung mga homeowners association shall be given 10 working days to refer to the association members, and the ATA and the ICT to review and recommend repeal of outdated, redundant, and unnecessary licenses, and being required within 3 months upon the approval. So ito po yung binibigay na time or period para naman po sa DICT. So with that, meron po pang ibang approaches na ang DTI na po ang mag-inform sa atin kung ano pa yung mga iba't ibang approaches na kailangan na ma-enhance ng competitive ng ating LGU. So, in addition to what I've said, may I now call Ma'am Kathleen.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning. So it's me again. So thank you, Ma'am Narvi, for discussing the first few approaches. So as we have agreed during our planning a few weeks ago, maghahatian po si DILG and si DTI in discussing approaches na pwede pong makatulong sa mga LGUs to enhance their competitiveness. So as for DTI, ito po yung presentation namin. So, nakikita naman po, okay. So, yung objectives is the same dahil kinat lang naman po yung presentation. So, it is to apply various strategic approaches in implementing yung programs and projects para maging competitive po kayo. And then we describe the approaches to enhance competitiveness and identify the conditions for employing specific approaches. So the next couple of slides, by the way, that I will be showing you, tulad nung nakikita nyo sa screen nyo, are usually tips that we are giving out our MSMEs because usually kami po sa DTI, our clienteles are private sectors, usually. Hindi naman po absolute. So for today, since kayo mga participants are from the government sector, I will share to you these approaches in such a way na you will be apprised or oriented na yung mga approaches na ito ang pwede nyong i-share sa mga constituents or clients ninyo to showcase na competitive po kayo as an LGU kasi knowledgeable kayo sa kung ano ang merong strategies or approaches na available. So para yung pag-business or yung doing business po sa locality ninyo, ng mga investors na gusto nyong hikayatin or yung mga businessmen po na gusto nyong magpatuloy na magnegosyo sa inyo, makita na advantageous po na manatili at magnenegosyo sila po sa inyong locality. So the first terminology na usually or approach, strategy na ginagamit natin is yung sinasabi nating branding and marketing. So quick definition lang, yung branding, when we say branding, this is the act of communicating your positioning. Branding creates the context for how you are perceived. So, yung produkto na po ito, pag sinabi nating branding, meron idea yung tao na ito yung position ng produkto. And pag sinabi naman nating marketing, kapartner po yan ng branding, ito po yung act of promoting and selling your product. So marketing is how you get your message out. Paano mo siya i-market ngayon? Paano mo ipupunta yung produkto po doon sa mga end users? So for the private sectors, these are the terms that they use for their products and services. So kayo naman po sa LGU, you would want to be able to assist them by maybe yung way of suggesting on how they can brand and market their products or services. So maybe itatanong nyo, trabaho po ba namin yon sa LGU? Hindi naman po na 100% na trabaho ninyo, but if you have a business unit or yung investment promotion unit nga, at least kahit papano knowledgeable kayo on how to assist them. Sa ibang LGUs naman po, di ba, meron po tayong partner na negosyo centers na naka-house po yung mga DTI staff namin na pwede pong mag-assist doon sa mga constituents or yung mga business menu or prospective investors na pupunta sa offices ninyo and want to ask kung ano yung dapat nilang gawin para i-market yung product nila, kung paano nila iba-brand yung market nila. So there is also an equivalent to this, yung branding and marketing for the LGUs. Sa inyo naman po sa LGUs, yung parang synonym po nito para sa inyo ay yung investment promotion naman. So how do you brand your LGU? How would you want your LGU to be perceived in terms of attracting investment? So how do you market your LGU? Paano mo ibebenta yung locality ninyo sa mga prospective investors? But more on this topic doon sa next na presentation ko later on, yung sa investment promotion na nasa session 8, pero I think as per request after this session 6, idediretso ko na lang po yung discussion. So maiduduktong po natin. So sa mga private sectors, yung mga MSMEs nila, yung products or services nila, they usually use the term branding and marketing. Pero kung kayo naman sa LGU, ang ibebenta nyo is yung LGU ninyo sa mga investors, gagamitin natin later on yung terminology na investment promotion. Okay, so for the branding and marketing, in the current environment, kasi yung mga business natin and yung mga labor forces natin, medyo nanghina because of the pandemic. Maraming nagsara, maraming nag-lay off. So marami po doon sa mga negosyante natin na syempre they want to strive, naghahanap sila or gumagawa sila ng effort para ma-market, para buhayin po yung mga resources nila. And then naghahanap sila syempre ng mga available na sites kung saan economically benefiting po yung kanilang mga produkto o serbisyo na gustong ilabas. And then one major business relocation can revitalize an economy by creating jobs, spinning off ancillary businesses, and changing the image of the community as a business-friendly area. So pag marami pong negosyanteng pumasok, pag maraming trabaho, this also translates into jobs generation, sales generation. Yun po yung isa sa mga few things na bumubuhay po sa ekonomiya ng locality ninyo. So kung walang negosyo dyan, patay negosyo, yung circulation po ng pera, ng income, and kung ano-ano pa doon sa locality niyo, magde-decline po. So when businesses leave the area, they eliminate jobs and have negative economic consequences on other businesses in the area that had relied on their patronage. So tulad nga po ng sinabi ko, kung patay ang negosyo sa inyo, magsisialisan po yung mga negosyante dahil hindi naman sila kumikita. And then yung isang negosyo kasi, they don't just stand alone. One business affects the other business kasi parang ano po yan, di ba? Chain reaction po yan. Law of supply and demand. So kung merong naaalis dyan and kailangan nyo pang i-outsource, the more difficult it would be for the other businesses po sa area ninyo na partner yung negosyong umalis po. So sa next slide po. Okay. So communities market to. So bakit ba sila nagma-market? They market to attract, retain, and expand businesses. They want to attract and retain residents and tourists. They want to improve other communities' image locally, nationally, and hopefully internationally. And then they want to market for promotion policies and programs. So maraming organization ang nagko-contribute sa communities marketing activities, sa national and local governments, sa mga CCIs natin, utility companies, and the others. So the degree to which these organizations coordinate their activities around a common vision is a critical determinant of marketing success. So interrelated po lahat yan. Hindi lang naman sila nagma-market para makabenta. So tulad nga po ng sabi natin, chain reaction yan. It's partnership, hindi lang ng private to private, but also private to public offices po. So another strategy na i-discuss natin is on business retention. So an ongoing cooperative effort between business, local government units, and other organizations and people in the community with the purpose of identifying opportunities and actions to assist local businesses in expansion, the retention and creation of jobs, and the diversification of the local economic base, as well as the implementation of defined actions to improve the local business climate. So another is business retention is an excellent approach that provides LGU with information regarding what their local businesses think about their community and the kind of assistance they need. So ang gusto natin, ang gusto lang naman po sabihin nito is, ang gusto ng LGU natin is i-retain po ng mga negosyante natin yung business nila sa locality natin, of course, to create jobs, to generate income. Pero more so, the more na nagsistay po yung mga negosyo na yan sa inyong locality, it also translates or gives you an idea na siguro kaya itong negosyo na to gusto magstay because they can see the competitive advantage in doing business in your area. You don't want to drive away those businesses. Ang gusto natin, i-retain yung businesses na yon. And then from there, you want to think of strategies or you want to think of ways kung paano mare-retain yun. Hindi naka-discuss dito directly kung paano po yung mga strategies na yon, but as a way of giving example is, for example, by giving out incentives, by giving out, hindi lang financial incentives, pero meron din tayong mga ibang klaseng incentives na pwedeng ibigay sa mga negosyante natin para para magustuhan nila na i-retain yung negosyo po nila doon sa locality po ninyo. So, ang characteristics ng isang successful business retention and and expansion doon sa locality is if may strong and committed community leadership. So, politics is always matimbang po kasi pag sinabi nating politics, parang minsan pag nasasabi natin there is politics involved, parang negative agad yung inclination natin towards it. But what we want to say is, pag maganda yung klase ng leadership ng politics po doon, pag healthy ang politics po sa locality ninyo, mas nagiging strong and mas nagiging maganda yung relationship ng mga ng mga private sectors ninyo doon sa public services na nai-offer nyo po sa kanila. And then, pag nakikita natin na ang partnership between the LGU, the businesses, and other agencies na nagsusupport sa kanila, healthy, nagtutulungan, and napapalabas po nila yung advantage po or yung, kumbaga, magandang output ng business, yun ay isang manifestation na maganda at healthy at competitive po yung locality ninyo. And then community readiness to implement a BR&E strategy. So dapat willing din po kayo na magbigay sa kanila na hindi lang po kayo yung kumbaga makikinabang in way of doon sa pambayad nila ng taxes nila. But if you are also willing to give out and spare parang incentives for them, isa rin pong characteristic or manifestation yun. And then human and financial resources dedicated to the project. So meron po kayong unit, siguro na nakalagay doon sa investment unit ninyo na pwedeng tumutok at tumingin sa mga pangangailangan po ng mga negosyo. And then makikita nyo na ang businesses ay willing to be engaged by communities. So hindi lang sarili nila, meron din silang social responsibility na sinishare po sa mga constituents nila. So again, yung business retention and expansion is actually steered by investment generation, which is considered as an investment promotion strategy. So to add po doon sa nakikita nyo sa screen nyo na BR&E, sa amin, there is also a D, which stands for diversification. So hindi lang natin gustong i-retain ng negosyante yung negosyo nila. Hindi lang natin gusto na i-expand nila. But we also want that perhaps they diversify their products or services. So I will discuss this more thoroughly or more introduction on this D, diversification, doon sa next presentation ko na lang po. So sa next slide, I will just run through yung mga DTI services na available that could help you assist or that could help or assist you in enhancing your locality's competitiveness. So pwede nyo kaming itap sa office namin on this following services that I will be sharing to you para makatulong po sa inyo na parang para makatulong po kami sa inyo na i-enhance yung competitiveness ninyo by sharing itong mga services or assistances na pwede nyo rin ibigay sa constituents nyo kasi yun po ang kailangan nila sa inyo. So sa DTI, we have our negosyo centers. To date, yung mga negosyo centers po natin ay 81. We have 81 negosyo centers in Region 1 po. Sa Ilocos Norte, meron tayong 19. Sa Ilocos Sur, meron tayong 20. Sa La Union, meron tayong 15. And then sa Pangasinan, meron tayong 27. So sa negosyo center, we are promoting yung ease of doing business and we facilitate yung access to services for MSMEs. Yung ease of doing business na nabanggit na po sa inyo ni Ma'am Narvi kanina kung ano ba ang patungkol doon. So sa negosyo center, we have business registration assistance. We give out business advisory services. Nagbibigay din tayo ng business information and advocacy. And then we also do monitoring and evaluation ng mga services or assistances na hiningi po nila sa atin. So ito po yung mga negosyo center services na available po sa DTI. So doon nga sa business advisory, we provide yung mga MSMEs natin ng mga advisory services kung kailangan nila ng mga advices tungkol sa mga needs nila or if they want or if they need consultation sa mga negosyo or business ideas na gusto nilang pasukin. We also give out po yung business registration assistance. So sa negosyo center, dahil nga serbisyo po ng DTI yung magbigay ng or magpa-register ng business name. So bago po sila makakuha, di ba, ng mayor's permit sa inyo, kukuha sila ng BIR, they need to register their business names first. So nagpa-facilitate po kami ng pag-process and pag-document ng paper requirements na yun para makapag-start po sila ng negosyo nila. And then sa business information and advocacy naman, doon yung part na napo-conduct kami ng training and seminars, mga dialogues, para matulungan na maging productive and efficient yung mga MSMEs natin sa mga negosyo po nila. So next, yung access to market. So tinutulungan natin sila i-promote efficiently yung pag-market ng mga products nila through market matching. So ginagawa natin yan, pinapasalin natin sila sa mga trade fairs, mga exhibits para ma-market or ma-display yung mga produkto nila. And then we also help i-match sila para magkaroon sila ng access to finance. And then sa product development, tinutulungan natin sila kung paano makapag-improve ng mga products nila, especially on the packaging part. And then we also have investments promotion kung saan minamatch natin yung mga negosyante natin or mga prospective na investors natin doon sa mga products and services na available po sa locality. And then next is yung sa may business registration assistance. Ayun nga po, tinutulungan natin sila na ma-process yung BN nila for BMBE or the BAMBI doon sa mga eligible po. And then we also coordinate with LGUs doon sa mga processes para duly ma-accomplish nila yung mga submission nila para makakuha sila ng mga incentives or para makumpleto po nila yung mga requirements nila pag kukuha sila ng mga permits po. And then, what else? Next naman po is yung sa SSF project naman po, yung SSF or what we call shared service facility, yun naman po is yung mga machineries and equipments or tools, systems or accessories na binibigay natin sa mga partners or partner MSMEs natin. Kasi ang gusto natin is yung facility na ibibigay natin is makakatulong ma-increase yung production capacity and yung product quality ng mga beneficiaries natin. So halimbawa, nagbibigay kami ng mga machines doon sa beneficiary natin para yung mga products na meron na sa lugar nila, mas ma-enhance nila. Mas marami silang ma-produce and mas marami po silang makateran. So SSF is a public-private partnership initiative being implemented through cooperators. So through the cooperators po ito na may kakayahan i-house yung machinery and equipment, and after nun, gagawin nilang accessible sa mga MSMEs po yung paggamit nito kasi nga shared yung service ng facility po na ito. So we also have na pwede niyong i-share po sa mga constituents nyo or pwede nyo kaming itap is yung sa pag-avail po ng KMME na mga parang mentoring po ito. So it's a 10-module mentorship program na ang aim is i-help yung MSMEs natin scale up their businesses through weekly coaching and mentoring. So mga business owners po, yung mga usually business owners po yung usually na tinetrain po natin dito. May pumasok lang po na question, tingnan natin. May SSF equipment na ba kayo for Rabbit 3? None that I know so far. Kasi yung Rabbit 3 is hindi po yata kino-cover ng DTI. It's more on sa ibang ahensya po siya. Pero we could look into it kung meron na bang na-start or something similar po na equipment na pwede po sa Rabbit 3. I will check. None that I know so far, pero ito-check po natin. Ino-note ko po. Okay, so let me proceed. So yun po, yung KMME natin dati, face-to-face po yun. Pero since nagkaroon nga ng pandemic and hindi na natin pwede i-in-house yung mga trainees natin nung time ng pandemic, naging online na po ito. And then parang kinontinue po natin na gawing online yung KMME program natin. So lalo na ngayon with the COVID-19, na gusto natin na maging more relevant and necessary and mas maging productive and mas maging on board yung knowledge po ng mga negosyante natin. Parang pinopursue or pinopromote po natin na i-coach and mentor sila kasi noon pa man very diverse and very competitive kasi yung industriya para makathrive po yung business. So lalo ngayon na dumagdag pa yung pandemic, we want to help them become more competitive MSMEs para po makasabay po sila sa trend ng panahon po ngayon. And then, of course, we have the OTOP. I know you are very aware of what the OTOP is all about. So, yung OTOP is the One Town, One Product. So, it's a priority stimulus program for the MSMEs as government's customized intervention to drive inclusive local economic growth. Bakit po natin sinabi na inclusive local economic growth? Ang parang sense po kasi nitong OTOP is yung program po, we want to enable yung localities and communities to determine, to develop and support and promote products or services that are rooted in its local culture, community resources, yung bang available na po sa locality ninyo. So parang meron tayong pride of place, yung bang pag sinabi, nabanggit yung locality ninyo, eto yung produkto na kilala kami. So ito yung mga offerings that can be best renowned for. Parang pag sinabi mo halimbawa, o kunyari lang po, si Dagupan, ano po ba yung isa sa pumapasok agad sa isip natin? Bangus ito. So parang ganun po siya. Kung ano yung rooted sa culture, kung ano yung available sa lugar, tinitingnan natin kung paano natin i-enhance yun. So we want to capacitate our entrepreneurs na mag-innovate and mag-produce ng market-ready products and services. So if meron kayong nakikita na constituents nyo na kailangan ng info regarding this one, you could call DTI and tap us para mas ma-assist po namin kayo or matulungan po namin kayo i-assist yung constituents nyo or yung business registrant nyo patungkol dito. And then lastly, yung pondo sa pagbabago at pag-asenso, of course, hindi naman ito purely kay DTI, kasi kasama po natin yung SBC dito. Pero it's an initiative para sa lahat ng programa na ito, para sa lahat ng negosyo na gusto nilang pasukan, given that the pandemic happened, marami po yung nawalan ng pangkapital, ng kakayahan na ipatuloy yung business nila because financially they are not ready. So it's an initiative to help yung small businesses in the country by providing a loan with a very small interest at only 2.5% per month. So it's a way of giving them an alternative source of capital para sa mga gustong mag-bounce back, sa mga gustong mag-regain, perhaps restart or expand their businesses, especially sa mga difficult times na ito. Of course, there are requirements, pero sinimplihan po natin yung requirements and niliitan po natin yung interest because what we actually want to drive out of this is for the business sector or for the small businesses to do away from yung 5-6. Hindi naman po natin sinasabi na bawal mag 5-6 pero alam natin na ang laki kasi ng interest sa 5-6. So parang gusto natin sila bigyan ng alternative source for capitalization. So if you need more information regarding this or meron kayong kliyente na interesado po dito, pwede nyo pong i-refer sa office po namin. So that's it for my presentation on session 6. So if you have any questions, you could unmute your mics or you could type it in the chat box before I proceed to session 8 po. Any questions po? Stop sharing. Okay, while waiting for a few seconds, if may questions po kayo, I'll just pull up my next presentation po. So sige po, if may questions kayo, type it in lang po. Or if you have questions for Ma'am Narvi doon sa mga first slides niya, I think you could unmute your mic or type it in the chat box po.
For questions, Ma'am Kat, siguro we will just ask them to send it sa chat box so that we could proceed na po sa atin pong next topic po. Thank you.
Sige po. I'll just pull up my presentation real quick. Okay, so as per program, dapat yata session 7 muna, pero since nagpe-present naman na po ako, I'll just proceed with my presentation on session 8, which is investment promotion. Alright, so itong investment promotion, kung mapapansin niyo po, medyo marami lang siyang slides. But I can assure you, itong topic po na ito is very helpful po sa mga LGUs if you would give it time and attention po. So just please bear with me. Sa presentation ko po, I might, because it's already 11:25, I might make lagpas doon sa 12 o'clock. So sana po wag niyo po akong iwan. I'll try to make it as quick, as brief as possible in such a way na maiintindihan pa rin po natin siya. Okay, so nakikita na po yung screen ko, ano? Alright. So session 8 is about investment promotion. So what we want to attain out of this or what we want to learn out of this is matutunan po natin yung investment promotion and be able to prepare a draft investment promotion brief. So like yesterday, I think there is an output that you have to submit after this training, and then select appropriate investment promotion strategies, policies, and processes to market, attract, retain, and expand yung mga investments po sa area nyo. So what I want to actually share to the body is yung investment promotion in the new normal. So, yung investment promotion in the new normal, medyo iba na siya doon sa normal na investment promotion natin doon sa old normal, if there is an old normal, because mas naging competitive na po yung pamamaraan. Nakikita po ba sa screen yung ano? Ay, hindi. Ma'am, wait lang po ha, kasi naka-hyperlink yung aking presentation and hindi na nakikita. Ayan. Nakikita niyo po ba yung nakalagay na ano? The Philippines, make it happen. Yeah, okay. Thank you. So, ito po ang presentation ko for today is about giving you an overview on the investment promotion strategies in the new normal. How do we promote yung mga investment areas or paano pa tayo magkakaroon ng investment promotion sa new normal given na nagkaroon nga po ng pandemic. Okay, so we go ahead. So the overview of this presentation is to show you yung mga investment promotion goal, objectives, kung ano yung investment promotion strategies, and kung ano yung role niyo po sa LGUs in investment promotion. So, ano po ba ang investment promotion? Investment promotion typically is a series of activities that seeks to market or promote a particular location as an attractive destination for local and foreign investments. So, it's a government activity, pero si private sector, kung mai-involve siya, the more na may chances na maging successful po ito. And there is a need for a targeted approach kasi kailangan may tina-target ka. Hindi lang yung nagpo-promote ka ng investment sa inyo, pero wala ka namang specific target in mind. So, dapat target specific siya para alam mo kung sino po yung gusto nyong itap na prospective investor. And then it involves identifying and communicating comparative and competitive advantages. Dapat may information dissemination, hindi dapat na kayo lang ang nakakaalam. And then dapat may policy advocacy. And then may servicing of clients. So dapat naaasikaso po yung mga kliyente po natin. So ang goal ng investment promotion is to attract quality and sustainable. So pag sinabi natin sustainable, dapat pag nag-invest sila dyan, yung negosyo o yung investment is sustainable. Hindi yung parang good lang siya for a year or two and then mawawala. Sayang po yung capital. So, sustainable investments to a certain location that contributes to sustainable economic development because this training is all about economic development, hindi po ba? So, economic development goals of the location, employment, mahalaga po yan because it translates to income generation. It also attracts technology or skills transfer, development of a certain location, madedevelop po yung locality or yung location po sa locality ninyo, and then developing local enterprises through linkages. So partnership, palagi pong importante ang partnership po. So ang objectives ng investment promotion is to create a positive image of the area as an investment destination. Lagi natin sinasabi pag nakikita natin, halimbawa sa balita, sa lugar na ito, nagtayo ng bonggang-bonggang parang mga engineering sites or mga areas na magiging tourist destination. Usually naririnig natin yung, di ba, yung sana all. So dito yung sa objectives ng promotion investments promotion natin is maka-create din tayo ng positive image kung saan yung investor na yun sa atin naman mag-locate para tayo rin masasana all po nila. Kasi ang gusto natin is i-promote yung lugar natin para mag-develop pero positively po. Meron naman pong pagbabalance yan. Titignan nyo yung pangit na magiging epekto and kung ano po yung maganda na magiging epekto, dapat ma-outweigh niya po. Kung meron mang kaunting negative effects, which hopefully yung pinaka-konti lang na effect na pwede naman pong masolusyonan. So factors affecting, so political stability, titingnan nila yung wage rates, tax rates, titingnan nila kung maganda ba yung transport and infra, titingnan nila yung size of local market, ano ba ang commodities na available, may access pa sila sa free trade areas. Lahat yan, merong roles na nag-interplay po. So next is, nag-i-investment promotion din po tayo to increase awareness about business opportunity. Bakit natin pinopromote yung lugar natin and yung mga investable areas natin? Because we want businesses to know or investors to know na merong opportunity na mag-engage into business sa locality natin. Gusto nating malaman na mayabong po yung agrikultura sa atin, o Region 1 sa fishery, mayabong po yung yamang tubig natin. We want them to see na maraming opportunities for their businesses, and marami ding opportunities na makukuha yung mga constituents pag sa atin po sila nag-invest. And then we also want to encourage investors towards desired investment areas and sectors. So kung alam mo na kung saan yung direction po o kung ano yung target ng area nyo na ipa-invest, kung meron na kayong parang mga investment plan or briefs na available, ma-encourage nyo po yung mga investors nyo na mag-invest towards that area. So kaya nga po mahalaga na alam natin ano ba yung gusto nating ipa-invest. Hindi lang yung mag-i-invest lang sila ng kung ano-ano. So kung may plano po kayo, yung competitiveness plan ninyo, katulad nung kanina sa turismo, yung isa sa mga target ni Ilocos Sur, have a plan on that. And then pag nagawa po tayo ng mga investment collaterals natin, ma-encourage yung investor to look into that direction para po harmonious and synonymous po yung direction po na pupuntahan. And of course, gusto ko rin banggitin na meron tayong tinatawag na IPP or yung Investment Priorities Plan on a national scale na pagka doon sila nag-invest, meron po silang mga pwedeng makuhang incentives from the BOI kung doable naman po yung mga areas na iyon doon sa lugar ninyo and makikita yung advantageous po siya, i-harmonize po natin para hindi po masyadong sabog-sabog po. Although you always have the option, the choice to see kung ano po yung direction po ng lugar ninyo because you know best kung ano po yung magandang ipa-invest at kung ano yung sustainable po sa lugar po ninyo. Okay, so another objective of IP is to provide accurate and up-to-date information and services to potential investors. Nabanggit ni Ma'am Narvi kanina, dapat pag may investor na pumunta, meron kayong data na i-provide. Hindi yung halimbawa, merong gustong mag-invest na tanong sa inyo, ilan ba yung capacity, gaano kalawak ba yung kwan? Hindi nyo naman po alam yung sagot. So it is very important na meron tayong magandang database na pag may nagtanong, meron po kayong maibibigay na sagot. And then next, we have yung sa cost of doing business din po. Kasama po yan doon sa number 4 objective. Now, objectives of investment promotion, another is to educate investors on how to do business in the area. So, pag nagtanong sila, either gusto ko ng ganitong negosyo itayo or I have so and so much capital, ano po ang magandang i-invest sa inyo, you should know how to educate your investors kung paano ba ang pag-implement ng business sa inyo. It not only entails yung mga know-hows or yung mga what-abouts ng business, but also the process. So, na-discuss ni Ma'am Narvi yung sa EODV, di ba? May mga steps po yan. Ano po ba yung mga pagdadaan ng registration ng inyong prospective investors? You should be able to tell them the steps that they need to undertake hanggang makapunta sila doon sa part na mag-ooperate na sila po sa business nila. Okay, so next is to motivate existing investors to maintain and expand their investments. So sabi ko nga po, hindi lang naman pera yung pwede nating ibigay na incentives, but we also have non-fiscal. So non-fiscal in the way of i-facilitate mo yung pag-process ng permits nila, ililink or i-refer mo na sila sa manpower. Kanina may nabanggit si Ma'am Narvi, narinig ko yung dapat meron na kayong available na labor, yung mga skilled or what. So kung hindi po sa LGU direkta na available yan, at least you have parang sources kung saan mo sila pwedeng i-refer para makakuha sila ng manpower nila. Investment counseling and business matching, ima-match mo sila sa kung ano yung needs po nung kanilang negosyong itatayo. Okay, and next. So investment promotion strategies, ito po. Yung isang strategy natin is image building. So we go on image building na muna. Image building is putting together favorable characteristics of an area to form a positive picture in the minds of investors through various marketing activities. So ang gusto natin is i-build yung imahe ng area. So what we don't want is ma-picture o mapintahan yung lugar natin as an area not favorable for investments. Halimbawa, halimbawa lang so sorry na lang po kung halimbawa sa Marawi na nagkagulo, parang nagkaroon kasi ng picture sa kanila na hindi ganun ka-stable ang peace and order doon. So who wants to do business in an area na parang hindi mo alam kung anytime baka kung ano yung mangyari sa negosyo nila. So in image building, what we want is to put together favorable characteristics para kumbaga nasasabi pa lang yung lugar, doon, gusto kong magnegosyo doon, maganda doon. So yun yung parang concept po ng image building. And then next is yung objectives po ng image building is to create a positive perception. Yun nga po yung nabanggit ko. You want to create a positive perception sa location nyo. Not only among the domestic but also sa mga international firms because usually, di ba, nasa international na investor yung malaki-laking capital po. And you want to portray and promote your location as the best emerging for a particular investment. So, syempre, hindi lang naman po kayo ang choices. Maaaring marami kayong makakalaban. So, gusto mong ibenta yung lugar mo po. Kung ang negosyante gusto niya ibenta yung services niya, products niya, kayo po as sa LGU, ang gusto niyong ibenta is yung location po sa inyo. So, you want to prepare groundwork for effective investment promotion techniques. You want to create greater interest among investors. Gusto mo maging matunog sa kanila. Gusto mong maging curious sila to learn about mga investment opportunities in your location. So, it's a matter of selling your LGU or your locality. And then you want to help attain long-term and sustainable development goals. Halimbawa kanina, yung airport, hindi ba? Kung yun ang direction na gusto nyo na maghanap ng someone to invest to help you out on improving or developing yung sa runway or yung sa airport, you want to do it in such a way na yung magiging plano afterwards is magiging long-term and sustainable. Hindi yung unfortunately, napagawa na yung runway, ready na, and then hindi naman din pala mag-ooperate. So, certain studies, pre-feasibilities, kailangan nandyan po yan para mapag-aralan kung doable po ba talaga yung magiging negosyo. And then, enhance your image and investment opportunities by linking to other locations in your area. So, ano lang naman po yan partnership, tap kung sino yung mga pwedeng itap. So, next we have sa image building, yung mga tools natin, how could you build your image? Andyan yung media, very famous social media, may websites din po tayo. Maganda po yung platform ng website kasi very dedicated siya to the data of your LGU. Although parang pinakamadaling way para mahanap kayo is through social media. So as long as you would use the platform properly, one of the best ways talaga na i-market, i-promote ang inyong area is through maintaining perhaps an official Facebook page for your LGU. And then events, ito naman through seminars, forum, conferences. Medyo naputol po ito, but since meron naman ng virtual platform, you could always do a hybrid para malimit yung mga physical attendees. And then networking with key stakeholders, and then yung collaterals, yan yung mga pa-flyers, yung mga kung ano-anong mga investment promo collaterals natin, pwede po yan para ipamigay. Meron na rin po namang digital na mga flyers or mga digital na books na pwede nyo pong i-send out sa mga prospective investors po. And then, hindi ko na i-discuss ito kasi medyo kulang na ng time. Pero it was just an example sana of the Davao City Investment Promotion Center kung paano nila pinatronize or prioritize yung investment promotion strategies nila. So sa image building, kasama po dyan is yung gumagawa tayo ng tagline or slogan, strapline. So it's usually a phrase na conveys visually yung important attributes or benefit ng isang produkto or service. So, ayan po, it embodies unique characteristics of the area, yung brand ng area. You could use a language that is internationally understood sana. So, use in all promo collateral, short but catchy, creates a dramatic effect, invokes recall. Yung tipong pag nasabi, narinig nila, parang, kumbaga sa kanta, di ba, may last song syndrome, parang naaalala ko to. So, eto naman po is hindi naman siya slogan ng isang produkto, pero lagi ko kasi naaalala to, yung sa Ilocos Sur, yung sure na sure, Ilocos Sur, parang ganun siya, yung ibig nating sabihin, yung parang pag narinig mo yun, alam mo siya na yung involved ko doon. So ito, may sample tayo ng mga provincial tagline. So si Palawan, ang ginamit niya, Discover Palawan. And then si Cagayan, ang ginamit niyang tagline, Bountiful Cagayan. So parang ganon, invest in Davao, life is here. Parang ganon po yung sinasabi nating tagline na pagka nabanggit po yung area ninyo, maaalala nila na yun yung parang catchy or yun yung gustong patunguhan po ng lugar ninyo. Meron akong na-encounter yesterday si Singapore, although it's a country. Meron silang ginagamit, meron silang ginagamit na tagline sa Singapore. I'll get back to yung tagline nila. Parang yung tagline nila ngayong pandemic para buhayin po or i-revitalize po yung economy sa kanila. Meron silang ginagamit na tagline. Sandali lang po. Singapore Reimagine. Ayan. So, merong hashtag Singapore Reimagine si Singapore. So, ganun din po yung gusto nyong gawin sa mga lugar ninyo. Parang, kumbaga, hashtags na parang ngayong new normal, ngayong pandemic, ito po yung parang gusto nyong buhayin doon sa lugar ninyo. So, it's a way of catching the interest of prospective investors. So, next strategy is sa investments generation naman po. So investment generation typically is the implementation of a set of activities na magpro-promote ng entry of local and foreign investments. Kasi investments generation nga po, hindi po ba? So merong mga preferred business activities yan sa isang particular area. So with investment generation, it leads to the process of acquiring investments through preparation of sector-specific info, investor targeting through research and checking of activities sa mga foreign countries, company visit. So ano ito? Target focus, investor focused. So may lead generation na po talaga yan. Meron kayong tina-target specifically na gusto nyong kunin para hindi kayo nangangapalang ng kung sino na lang ang nakapick ng interest nila. So, careful follow-up and investment target nurturing. So, kung ito yung business na gusto nyo, dapat kahit papano parang, ito yung tina-target namin. Sana pumasok silang investor dito. Kung pa-condo man yan, halimbawa, gusto namin si SMDC papasok dito. Parang ganun po siya. So, investment generation activities, maganda kung merong presidential visit, may investment missions, investment and trade fairs. So, meron din tayong business-to-business mga webinars and seminars or B2B model. May email blasts, mail blasts na pwede natin gamitin. So, sa investment generation, yung sa presentation ko kanina, nabanggit ko po na investments generation as one of the investments promotion strategies steers yung retention and expansion but also diversification. Because yung mga investments na yan, usually ang goal niyan is to help retain the business, help to expand it, but also help to diversify it kung merong other products na very usable for the end users or advantageous for the end users. Halimbawa sa diversification, if ipapasok natin yung ideology ng innovation, kung mas magiging eco-friendly siya, halimbawa, we could always encourage yung mga investors natin to invest in a product or service na innovative, na mas eco-friendly pero sustainable po. So parang ganun po yung ideology behind that. And then another strategy, of course, is investor servicing. So very mahalaga ang investor servicing because we want to make the investor feel na pinapakinggan sila, na importante sila. Kasi kung hindi ka nagbibigay ng pakiramdam na importante sila or hindi mo sila ine-entertain, mawawalan ng gana po yan. Parang sa atin lang yan. Pag bumibili tayo sa mall or sa tindahan, pag nagtatanong ka, di ka naman pinapansin ng sales lady, kung minsan nawawalan ka ng gana kasi parang feeling mo, hindi ka naman binibigyan ng importansya. Bibili ka na nga, di ka naman pinapansin. Parang ganyan po yan. So, investor facilitation is the provision of services to prospective and existing local and foreign investors sa mga iba't ibang investment phases. So, yung interaction po dyan, mahalaga po yan, but it covers a wide range of activities na hindi na po natin iisa-isahin for today. So, a few example lang, provide updated and accurate information. May gusto silang malaman, it's best if we have that available, if we have that info available given to them. And then to provide advice or assistance during the investment process. Kasi ano lang yan, parang paglalambing po, di ba? Paglalambing sa mga kliyente natin. If we want them to invest, we should make them feel important or we should make them feel na pinapansin po natin sila. Otherwise, mawawalan po ng gana usually ang investor pag ganyan. They would go to another place and invest there. So for potential investor, most basic and cost-effective activity supporting investment promotion, we provide support sa mga prospective investors. Pag prospective kasi hindi naman laging masasabi natin na at the end of the day they will invest, but they could always be a target. So malay natin, lambingin lang natin, bigay lang natin yung kailangan nila, and if we have the things that they actually look into, hindi natin alam, baka sila na pala yung investor na tutulong na maitawid economically yung lugar natin. Pag natayo sila halimbawa ng mall dyan, kung yun man ang target nyo, kung sa pakikipag-sales talk po sa kanila, pag natuloy yung project na yan, ang dami pong jobs, ang dami pong sales na maipapasok po nung investor na yun. So, it's a matter of building a relationship with your potential investors. Mag-invest man sila o hindi, we can never tell. Hindi man ngayon, malay nyo in the future. Because they would remember, si Pangasinan pala, maalala ko may ganito sila. So, parang ganun po yun. Next, sa potential investors pa rin, facilitating throughout the site location decision-making process. So it's a matter of bringing them there para ma-pick yung interest nila, bigyan mo sila ng lead, and then you help them make positive investment decisions. So hindi lang naman po kayo yon. Marami pong partners dyan, marami magiging agencies involved. But if you have a strong linkage, if you have a strong network, and if you have one specific goal in mind, mapagtutulungan niyo po na ipunta kung saan ang direction na gusto nyong puntahan nila. So gusto nyong magpasok ng investment, the goal is there, you always have that goal in mind. For existing investors naman, mahalaga yung aftercare services. So hindi yung porket nag-invest na sila, okay na, naipasok na nila yung capital nila, hindi mo na sila papansinin. Kailangan merong aftercare services. So, kasi yung mga yan, they are also a potential source of reinvestment para mag-expand sila or yun nga, mag-diversify sila or if they have new project in mind. Kasi yung mga investors na yan, hindi naman yan sila nagsastop sa isang negosyo yan. Gusto nilang mag-expand ng mag-expand yan because business is business. It brings them income. So, pwedeng kayo pa rin ang pag-e-expandan nila. So ano ba usually ang expectation ng investors na dapat yung paghandaan? Dapat may reliable, accurate, and timely info kayo. Hindi yung bibigyan niyo po sila ng data na 10 years and beyond. Kailangan may quick and efficient response to queries. Advice ko po, if you cannot respond to the query right away or right then and there, at least give them that information na hindi niyo pa po mabibigay, pero you would look into it in the fastest time possible and then you would get back to them. And then it's important na yung mga pinag-uusapan niyo is confidential and may consistency po, hindi yung parang nagtanong lang sila, andun na. Iwasan po natin yung terminology na marites. Hindi po yun para sa ating mga government employees. and then my single point of contact. Kung maaaring kayo yung nakausap niya, baka pwedeng kayo rin po yung magpa-follow through or sa inyo rin sila magpa-follow up kasi ang hirap po ng maraming kausap. And then you help them navigate through the bureaucracy and then straightforward and honest attitude. And then perhaps hindi naman na kailangan sabihin, but let us always try to be respectful. Kung magkaiba man ang opinion ninyo, best foot forward po lagi tayo yung attitude natin towards our clientele. And then, ayan, so sa mga ibang lugar, sample lang po ito na may mga investors guidebook sila, na may mga investment promotion unit sila, pero hindi ko na i-discuss yan. So sa investment promotion, ito ay mga key players. So we have the national government, so that would be us, and then there are the local government units, kayo po yun. Of course, you being the end na katransact ng mga investors na yan. And then of course, we have the business groups or the industry associations. We have the chambers of commerce, maraming networks po yan. And then we have the financial institutions kasi hindi naman lahat po yan in cash. Yung iba kailangan nila ng may mapagkukuhanan ng financial source. And then we also have the academe for research, development purposes or whatnot. And then ang role naman po ninyong LGUs sa investment promotion, actually yung roles niyo po is vast, ano? Parang lahat yan nasasakupan ninyo in one way or another with the assistance, with the partnership or in partnership with the national agencies na humahawak sa agriculture, sa environment, sa budget, ayan. So makikita niyo po yan. Anyway, I would be providing you a copy of this. So pwede niyo pong balikan, and if there is a gray area po sa presentation, you could always message me naman po. And then yung primary leader in the economic local development in sync with the national priorities. So syempre may national priorities po ang bansa natin. Titingnan lang natin na in sync sila at hindi ka nagtatransgress from the priority or from the direction ng national government. And then we have the indispensable partner to drive programs and projects. Kayo po ang indispensable partner to drive programs and projects in the local communities. So kahit ano po ang input ng national government agency dyan, kayo po yung pinaka-partner na talagang magpupush and makakasama nila all throughout their journey po para i-push through yung programs and projects doon sa locality po ninyo. You are also the key actor in investments promotion. So kahit anong investment promotion ang gawin ni DTI, kahit anong mga paraphernalia o mga booklets ang gawin namin dyan, at the end of the day, kayo po ang talagang magiging end partner po ng mga investors na yan. So kayo po yung pinaka-key actor kasi kami ang mga blue na yan na nakapaligid, pero kayo po itong red sa gitna. So ganyan po ka-importante yung roles po ninyo sa LGU when it comes to investment promotion kasi lugar niyo po yung binibenta niyo. So the LGU is the investor's window to the local economy and its access to immediate business needs. So at the end of the day, sabi nga po namin, we could help with the data, we could help with the database, pero kayo po yung parang talagang hindi lang window, kayo po yung pinto. You are the door actually kasi yung economy po sa locality nyo ang magbe-benefit and the constituents po na nakatira po doon sa LGU ninyo. So the red carpet begins at the LGU at the forefront of investment facilitation. So pasok po sila sa opisina nyo, aasikasuhin nyo po if you need our assistance or any other office's assistance. Doon po tayo papasok na mag-network, may linkage po tayo, may partnership po tayo para i-assist po yung mga investors natin. So investment promotion at the local level. So technically what we want is to create an environment conducive for investments, and it could be done through the LIIC, i-pass and implement. I know a lot of you have the LIIC already, but the question is it updated? Is it still reliable? Is it still doable? Is it still significant? Given na, ayun nga, pandemic ngayon and siguro merong mga ibang directions or goals yung gusto nating puntahan, is your LIIC still responsive to the needs of the investor? Sample, sa investment priority plan sa national, binibigyan natin ng incentive yung mga investors that want to go into healthcare related services and products. So, ibig sabihin, yung magpapatayo ng ospital, magproduce ng mga healthcare products, kunyari yung mga masks, kung ano-ano mang kailangan na PPEs, halimbawa, nakalagay po ba yan sa LIIC nyo? Gusto nyo po ba na yun din ang direction ninyo? Gusto nyo po ba na sa lugar ninyo magkaroon ng health center na modern na health center or magkaroon ng testing center or hospital in that case? So, how would you attract an investor to actually locate sa area ninyo? You want to attract them by doing an LR or coming up with an LIIC that would spell out na if yun ang pinasok nilang investment sa inyo, may incentive silang makukuha. So, tax holidays or whatnot, yun po yung sinasabi natin na gusto nyong gawing conducive yung lugar ninyo for investments. Eh kung mag-i-invest sila sa inyo, di nyo na nga pinansin, wala pang investment. Eh pag doon sila nag-invest, ang dami nilang makukuhang mga benefits, mas gusto nilang doon mag-invest. Eh pare-pareho lang naman po yung area nyo na nangangailangan ng ganung klaseng service or product. So yun po yung sinasabi po natin. So investment promotion at the local level, promote the area as a viable investment destination. So it is done through an establishment of the LED4, yung kanina po pong binabanggit ni Ma'am Narvi. So sa Iloilo, meron silang ganon. Halimbawa, sa Taytay Economic Investment and Promotion Office, there is a dedicated, no, kung gusto niyo talagang tutukan yan, there should be the effort na may dedicated unit who would look into investor servicing. And then, yan, ito sample lang ito ng Provincial Development and Physical Framework Plan ng Bohol. And then ito, halimbawa, yung through the boss, pero meron naman po din kayo nito. So you want to provide an efficient services for the investors with a multi-sectoral network system for investment promotion. So doon sa kanilang online renewal system, ito yung mga available services. Pero with the help of or with the aid of the DPLS, alam ko na-address naman po nito. But there are always ways to innovate. So sa CMCI na natin, ang pinaka-newest pillar is innovation. There is always room for innovation. We just have to look at how we would want to package that and anong part ng innovation or anong part ng service or product natin gusto nating i-innovate. Kasi innovation is trying to introduce something new that would make the service or the product more efficient and more effective. Yung hindi pa siya nagagawa, bago ito, pero yung bago na ito would translate into enhanced effectivity and efficiency. And always remember, yung sana ano din siya, yung eco-friendly. Yung hindi naman yung masasacrifice yung quality or yung isang sector po ng environment natin. And then hopefully you set budget for investments promotion. So halimbawa, a website with business data. Ang pag-create kasi ng website, usually yung talagang yung ano bang terminology doon, yung talagang may website address, usually may bayad dyan. So kaya nga yung iba, gumagawa sila through yung mga free sites, pero hindi kasi ganun ka-cohesive yung mga sites na yun. So you set aside budget to maintain a website. And then you set or you designate a person to actually look into updating the website. Baka mamaya outdated na yung information. And then you set budget to print out or have collaterals. And then budget for investment project or yung mga investment promo activities through exhibit or expos or forum. Just make sure that we are following yung health protocol or yung standards in conformance to whatever level we are in. Kung level 1 ba tayo or kung level 2. Again, we always have the option to do it in a hybrid modality dahil nga uso-uso naman na po yung Zoom kagaya ngayon. So, sa Bacoor, yung one-stop shop system nila, ayan, meron online. I'm sure a lot of you or many of the LGUs in Region 1, may mga online na rin. Pero for those who have not, you may want to look into yung ganito kasi mas maganda, or para sa mga ibang investors or kahit yung mga regular businessmen, napaka-handy. It comes in handy pag nagagawa na nila online yung transaction nila sa inyo. So investment promotion in times of COVID-19, key points. Continued strengthening of online presence during the health crisis by providing COVID-related info and services through websites and through social media, of course. Pinakasikat na dyan to mention yung Facebook. Shift towards online services and information to support recovery efforts and promote investment to restart economies. I would suggest na kung sino man yung nakatoka doon sa, halimbawa sa Facebook website, Facebook account ng LGU ninyo, it's always important na merong sumasagot po doon, hindi yung parang after 2 days pa sumasagot. Kasi yung iba dyan, pag hindi nila matawagan yung number, pag di sila makapunta, they tend to resort to messaging yung sa messenger, and they are hoping to get feedback. And then use of social media strategically and correctly, if I may mention, to enhance and complement investment promotion and facilitation functions. So investing in data to strengthen functions. So mahalaga yung investment database natin. If you don't have that information, you may want to invest na gumawa ng database because it's all about the data that we have. We cannot give out a data that we don't have, and yung data na yun is key. Diba? Kumbaga sa data is life. Kasi doon tayo huhugot, doon tayo babangka kung paano natin ibebenta yung locality natin. So to include a more robust policy advocacy role. So yun naman yung sa more complex part later on. And then more key points, expansion of investment facilitation and aftercare services. Ako personally, I appreciate very much yung aftercare services. Hindi yung, okay, noted. Pero what comes after? Kahit na maging post-pandemic yan halimbawa, it still applies. So doing things differently, expectations to do more with less. So less input pero more outcome. And performing during these critical times and the perception of how relevant these efforts are. So dapat relevant pa rin yung mga ginagawa natin. Sabi ko nga sa LIIC halimbawa, is it still relevant? Does it still address ba yung mga pangangailangan ng LGU ninyo sa mga interest ng mga investors ninyo at pangangailangan, most importantly, ng mga constituents nyo, because you want investments that would actually benefit yung mga constituents ninyo. Support is needed from NGAs, of course, to help undertake their transformation to emerge stronger from the crisis. Sa responses have been asymmetrical because of differences in digital capacity. So dito sa digital capacity, medyo magkakaiba po yan, but nothing that we can look into para mapaigting po natin. So sabi ni Michael, I don't know how to pronounce Lebouf. I'm sorry, Sir Michael, but he said that a satisfied customer is the best business strategy of all. So tulad nga ng sabi ko sa inyo, they want to feel na binibigyan nyo ng importansya yung kanilang interest to invest. Mag-invest man sila o hindi, pero kung paano nyo sila trinato, kung nasatisfy ba sila sa services na binigay nyo, yun yung pinakamagandang business strategy na pwede nating i-apply. So that's for the investment promotion part presentation po. You could get in touch with TTI for that matter. This presentation was actually provided by the BOI. Sinishare ko po sa inyo yung kanilang presentation last year. It still applies naman po. So, idiretso ko lang, konting slides na lang naman ata ito. After all that has been said and done, the workshop or yung workshop po nung session na to is for you to come up, I think, with an investment brief. So, ano ba kasi yung investment brief? Yung investment brief is a document that provides a brief overview of the local investment priorities. So, kung alam nyo kung ano ang investment priorities nyo, yun yung gagawa nyo ng brief. So what you will see there basically is the name of the project, project, location, description, ganyan yung mga makikita nyo doon. In comparison to an investment guide, mas spelled out yung information doon. Mas masyadong detalyado yung information ng investment guide. But I think for this training, what is expected for you to come up with is an investment brief only. So how do you do that? Step 1, you gather the data. You check on your investment assets. What is your LGU known for? Yun ang the best eh. Saan ba kayo kilala? Yun ba yung kailangan na investan pa? Yun ba yung position, LGU position nyo? Yun ba yung gustong ibenta ng lugar ninyo? And then you gather the data on your IPAs. Ano bang sector or industry yung gusto nyong pag-focusan? Sampulan natin yung Ilocos Sur kanina, turismo. So, yun ba? Or is it on agriculture? Which is also a part of the parang priorities or direction na na-spell out kanina ni Ilocos Sur. Sino ang target market? So those are the information that you need. And these are the information that you could actually find in your competitiveness plan. Kung meron kayo nun, ang dali na lang pong gumawa kasi nakakabit-kabit na lang po yan sila sa isa't isa. So tips, so you take stock of existing data na mga meron na, and then if you want, ito yung sa long term na ito hindi yung sa training purposes. Of course, for this training purpose, you could not organize any more meetings. But in reality, you organize meetings between you, the LAPOs, the tourism officers, kasi maraming sectors po yan. And then you organize an IP, TWG, para tumulong sa inyo to gather the data needed para makagawa kayo ng isang magandang investment promotion strategy. So ideally, the team should be composed of LAPOs, tourism officers, planning officers, PESO officers, but there are so much more positions or sectors that are, of course, welcome to join the TWG should you feel like sila yung sector na kailangan. And then step 2, you identify and prioritize projects for investment packaging. Hindi po yan siya halo-halo. One investment packaging, one investment sector or project per brief. So yan po. And then step 3, you prepare the investment brief. So magpresent kayo ng draft briefs to your LCEs, to the Sangguniang Bayan members, or other key decision makers. And you also get the private sector for feedback kasi after all, usually si private sector naman ang mag-i-invest dyan. Sila naman yung gusto nyong kunin na investor dyan. And then you revise and enhance the briefs accordingly para mas maging cohesive siya, and then you secure the stakeholders' endorsement kung swak ba sa panlasa nila. And then you coordinate with an editor or a graphic artist if the goal is to come up with a investment promo collateral na hardbound. So may mga specific or skilled na taong gumagawa niyan. May mga graphic designers na magko-co-write siyan, magpo-proofread. Because one important aspect also of an interesting collateral is pag maganda po yung pagkakasulat, pagkaka-present, na-proofread siya. Kasi grammar is also important, of course, and kung paano nyo i-put together yung words po doon sa brief ninyo. Nowadays, ang alam ko sa mga collaterals na yan, pictures, di ba, a picture parang conveys 1,000 thoughts or words. So, interested sila pag may mga pictures. Hindi na po hilig ng mga investors yung kakapal-kapal na collateral, tapos puro text, tapos ang liliit pa. Tatamarin na yan sila magbasa. Wala na silang time. So, sa picture pa lang dapat catchy na po. And then, the exercise for today, which I think would be a homework na, sorry, 12:15 na po pala, is for you to prepare an investment brief using the template provided. So I will send in the chat box the template provided by LGA for you to put in yung mga data for the investment brief. So yun, medyo binilisan ko na po. Sana nandyan pa kayo. I know gutom na po yung karamihan sa atin. So thank you for extending me your time from your lunch break. So if you have any questions, i-collate na lang po natin yung questions po ninyo. Thank you po. Thank you po.
Okay, so maraming salamat po, Ma'am Kat, for sharing your knowledge, and we learned a lot po about the investment promotion. And yung nabanggit po ni Ma'am Kat, no, ng mga taglines, that is very effective po sa ating investment promotion. So dapat catchy and enticing yung ating mga taglines. And na-present din ni Ma'am Kat yung different investment promotion initiatives ng iba't ibang LGUs that you may adopt. Pwede niyo pong i-adapt kung tingin niyo po ay pwede po sa inyo pong mga LGUs. So it's already 12:12 sa oras po namin. So I guess it's time for us to have our lunch break. And if you have any questions, concerns, or clarifications po, pa-send na lang po sa atin pong chat box. Ayan. Okay, so let us resume po na what time, ma'am? 1 o'clock. Okay. Let's have a good lunch po.
Yes, ma'am. I will be sharing in the chat box yung copy ng presentation materials po, and then I have sent yung Word document on the investment brief that was provided by the LGA para sa assignments po nila, ma'am. Happy lunch, everyone. Kain po kayo maigi.
Can you be my lover up until the very end? Let me show you love. I know I'll pretend. Stick by my side even when the world is giving in. Oh, don't you worry. I'll be there whenever you want me. I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst. If you stay forever, let me hold your hand. I can feel those places in your heart no one else can. Let me show you love. I know pretend. I'll be right here, baby. You know it's sink or swim. Oh, don't you worry. I'll be there whenever you want me. I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst. not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst.
Hello. Ayan. So, good afternoon po sa ating lahat. Mag-roll call lang po muna tayo just to know po na nasa harap na po tayo ng ating mga laptop. Ayan. So, may we have a virtual thumbs up po sa ating pong participants from the Provincial Government of Ilocos Sur. Ayan, nag-thumbs up na po ang ayan. Ayun, sa ating pong mga participants from PGIS po, but virtual thumbs up lang po. Okay. Sa atin pong participants from Narvacan. Okay. From Santa Cruz. Okay, sa ating mga participants from Tagudin. Ayan. Our participants from the provincial government po of Pangasinan. Ayan. And sa atin pong participants from Asingan. Pa-virtual thumbs up po. Okay, so from Bani. Okay, from Bugalyon. And from Sual. Ayan, so sa atin naman pong mga participants from DILG Provincial Offices, Ilocos Norte. From Ilocos Sur. From La Union, nandiyan na po si Ma'am Ingrid. And then from Pangasinan. Ayan, si Krishna. Okay, so before we proceed po to our first topic for this afternoon, so let's take a look lang po on our session tracker. So this morning we started on the presentation of the additional local economic assessment tools such as yung sa SGLG, SIDRA, and yung mga iba pa. And this was presented to us by Ma'am Let. And then we had the presentation of the outputs by the provincial government of Ilocos Sur and was reacted by Ma'am Kat and Sir Francis. And we also had on the spot demo no sa paglink ng ating strategic position papunta sa ating mga LGU competitiveness plan. Ayan. So from there, we had our discussion on the different approaches. Ayan. So yung different approaches po to enhance our LGU competitiveness and was presented to us by Ma'am Narvi and Ma'am Kat. So in here we had the PPP, ano pa ba yung mga binigay, workforce development, yung ease of doing business. Ayan, so you may adapt yun naman po no, yung mga approaches na present kanina para mapaganda pa ang inyong competitiveness condition. So we skip po on session 7 and we jump to session 8, the investment promotion, which was presented by Ma'am Kat. So when we say investment promotion, this is bringing investment opportunities to the attention of potential investors. Ayan, so at sa atin pong afternoon session, unang-una na po nating itatakel ngayon yung atin pong sanang session 7 kaninang umaga. The implementation of the LED strategies to enhance LGU competitiveness. So may I now turn over po the virtual floor to Sir Francis. Sir?
Good afternoon. Okay na ang audio. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay na ang audio. Right. Sige.
Okay po.
Thank you. So, the task that I'm supposed to do this afternoon is to present to you the implementation strategies of sorry, wrong spelling. Sorry, I just correct this. Okay, sige, sorry. So, ang purpose natin this afternoon is to share to you anong mga possible ways or means so that yung ang competitiveness, yung mga LED strategies na na-mention kanina or mga approaches na na-mention kanina can be implemented in such a way that it supports or enhances the competitiveness of the LGU. So ibig sabihin, you have the competitiveness plan and that you have in mind, no? So ang challenge and those competitiveness plan, may mga strategies that we have discussed, no, this morning, yung mga different kinds of strategies to implement or to achieve the objectives. So my task this afternoon is ano bang approach, ano bang mechanisms, ano bang mga proseso na para ma-execute natin, ma-implement natin ang mga approaches na you have outlined this morning. So the objective of this session actually is to develop some sort of activities in implementing the competitiveness plan. How do you approach the implementation of that particular plan? So there are actually 10 tips, no, that I would like to share to you this afternoon. The first one, of course, not the first one, by the way. The idea kung bakit kailangan natin successfully implement ang competitiveness plan is to really get the strategy or the plan done. Ibig sabihin, may roadmap tayo which we call an LG competitiveness plan. Paano natin yun i-implement? We already know mga approaches. No? You have to organize, you have to promote investments, you have to organize workforce, you have to ensure na may office, you have to ensure na maraming mga samples kanina in terms of specific LED strategies. So ang challenge is, mayroon na-embed na yan, nalagay na yan sa roadmap mo or what we call competitiveness plan. So paano natin yan i-implement successfully? So in short, ang ibig ko sabihin na useless ang plano kung hindi mo ma-implement. And there are always techniques on how to implement the plan. So we have to understand kung anong kailangan to really produce results or to really make sure that the competitiveness plan will be utilized for implementation. And I can actually summarize it in 3 major points, namely communication. Dapat everyone knows, no? The stakeholders know what your plan is all about. Ano ang goal nun? Ano ang mga anong reason why that plan was crafted? Tapos who were involved in the planning process? What kind of goals do you want to focus on? Saan ka kumuha ng mga data, and so on and so forth. All these things that you actually do as part of the planning process, kailangan na communicate. Hindi lang yung ginagawa natin na business as usual na tapusin mo na yung plano, that's the time you present the plan to a public hearing, then after a public hearing, either they approve or disapprove the plan. So itong communication, ang C na communication, kailangan na those who will be affected or who will be benefiting from the plan should also be part of that planning process. The second C that we need to look at when we implement a plan is to really determine the capacity. Kung minsan ang ganda-ganda ng roadmap ninyo, pero kung wala ka namang tao na capable, or you cannot source out people or human resource that are capable to implement that particular plan, useless pa rin ang plano, di ba? So kailangan, those are some of the considerations that we have to take into account. Of course, we need cash, no? We need initial resources to really jumpstart the planning process. So remember, in executing a plan or in implementing a plan, you need to really have results in mind. You need to ensure that the processes that you will involve is one that will produce that particular result. And the tip is that look at the 3 C's. No? Dapat na-communicate mo properly ang plano. Then you have the capacity to deliver or execute the plan. And you have the necessary, basic resources para magamit mo to communicate and to execute the plan. What I'm saying is, it's not about the resources for each specific project, no? Hindi yung resources to implement a tourism recovery plan or to an MSME, but resources to really push the plan para ma-implement siya. Ibig sabihin, it's more of a resources that you will use to jumpstart, no, the process of implementing or executing the plan. So there are 10 tips that I want to share with you. The first one, of course, is, sabi nila, kung mag-implement ka ng plano, you really have to visualize the strategy or the plan. Parang instead of the thick document that you have, make sure that you have a good way of communicating it. If you look at the picture, no, ngayon we have a lot of technologies now through social media. We do conduct a lot of meetings, both virtual and face-to-face. So these are actually opportunities to really share the plan and to share the elements of this plan and how that strategy, for example, or that plan relates with other plans of the LGU, or within the plan itself, how does one objective relates with another, meaning how does infrastructure objective relate with economic resiliency or economic development or economic efficiency, and how does government efficiency relate with economic dynamism. Those kinds of things in that particular competitiveness plan should be should be described, should be communicated to your different stakeholders. And a good way to do that is to really put it in a visual form. Alam mo naman ang span of attention ng mga stakeholders natin very short, no? So you really need to have a convincing way to make sure that they understand the plan that you're talking about. So yun, visualize the strategy. So may thick document ka, try to come up with mga materials that they will appreciate your competitiveness plan in such a way as they will support it. And usually there's a lot of, as you call it, maraming technologies ngayon that you can utilize to really ensure na ang elements ng isang thick na plan can be communicated in a simple manner. Siguro you need to work with mga graphic artists, you need to work with mga probably videographers to make sure that your plan are properly designed or presented in a visual form. So kailangan yan. Second, the second important ingredient in implementation is to what you call measure the strategy. What do I mean by that? You really have to assign easily understood performance measures. importantly, hindi lang yung broad stroke, anong tawag dito? Smart, resilient, or ano pa bang iba? Safe, safe, ano tawag dito? Heritage destinations. Hindi lang yan. Dapat measurable itong mga terms na ginagamit natin as part of the planning process. And usually, it's a function of a good, performance measure. One of the things that you need really to have is what you call in this particular plan, what you call, ang tawag natin dito is yung M&E plan, no? Or I call it scorecard. So dapat clear kung ano ang measure that you will be, achieving, or you have achieved your strategy. And part of that plan itself should have clear measures. Because strategic performance measures can be also organized, as you call it, in a dashboard. You know what is a dashboard? Yung parang if you look at the picture, no, that I have in the screen, parang there's a visual matrix na makita mo kung ano ang targets, for example, ano ang actual results that you have, ano ang gaps, tapos ano ang recommended actions to address the gaps. So those kinds of resources or materials like a dashboard can be a good way to organize the performance measures. And usually it starts with, a good, properly laid out na tinatawag nating scorecard. Okay, the ones that I was presenting a while ago, yung parang I visualized the roadmap, then there is a scorecard that goes with it, are actually can be good starting points for a dashboard, no? Kasi a dashboard you can see it, everyone can see it, so everyone can see where you are now in terms of your implementation of the strategy or the plan. Then you have to regularly report progress of the performance of your plan. And usually examples like you have a monthly project review to ensure that commitments of different departments or different stakeholders or offices are being kept. So if you do have a visualized strategy, and these are properly communicated, and that the measures of performances are clear, then you can actually regularly report the progress, no, of the commitments of different agencies to your particular plan. Then part of the process is that you have to regularly review, no, keep track of the performance of your plan. This is done by determining if the strategy that you have earlier laid out as part of your plan are actually producing results. And of course, reporting can actually be a good way of tracking and controlling performance. Ibig sabihin, you will know where each of the players or each of the, what you call it, responsible owners of a particular activity or program or project is performing in terms of the results that they are producing. So step 3, kailangan may regular reporting of results, no, of your plan. Step 4, you have to make decisions as part of the plan, no? Example, you regularly review the progress of your plan. So as part of the reporting, the heads or the executives must make ongoing, meaning they really have to make regularly strategic decisions to keep the strategy or plans current and on course. Ibig sabihin, one of the ways to really effectively implement the plan is to really use the regular progress report for making decisions. Most of these decisions basically are those that you want to, if you are performing below the targets, then I believe that, as head or as chief executive or as a department head, it's your responsibility to actually make sure that these results are achieved on track, and you really have to make strategic decisions. Okay, so so much that it's important that when you make decisions, it is really important that you have to make use of the available data, that you have to make use of the report, no, the progress regular reports as a basis to make decisions. Kung minsan we do make decisions, no, without basis. So we cannot actually track whether or not our decisions are effective if these are the kinds of processes that we do in decision making. So that's actually number 4, no? Step 1. Ano bang step 1 natin? Just to backtrack. Number 1, you have to translate the strategy into visual form. Number 2, you have to measure, meaning the measures for the strategy or the plan is clear and they're properly communicated. Number 3, you do have to check regularly the accomplishments and the progress towards achieving the results. And number 4, based on that results, you have to really make strategic decisions, meaning you have to address the gaps as a result of the performance or project reviews or strategy reviews that you have done. That's why when you do planning, by the way, in general, and when you do, of course, competitiveness planning, sometimes midway, say in the next 3 years, every year or annually, you do what you call a strategic review. Ibig sabihin, you just don't look at how well your projects are implemented, but you also wanted to know how well are these projects contributing to the overall 3-year objectives of your plan. And by so doing, you can make strategic decisions on maybe changing the course by way of changing the programs, or maybe tinkering on the targets, or maybe it's because of certain issues like the results that you are producing does not match, no, the targets that you initially started. Ibig sabihin, the assumptions, the current assumptions, that is the things that are happening currently when you did the review of the project is not what you have assumed, no, when you prepared the particular competitiveness plan. So that's decision making. Number 5, para serious tayo na we are actually implementing the plan, and it is not just part of the other 32 plans, no, that remain in the shelves, no, of your offices. You really have to choose from among the many initiatives or projects that you think can contribute to the achievement of the objective. You really need to do some what you call early win projects. What do you mean by that, early win projects? Choose a project na ano, mapakita ba? You can show na your competitiveness plan is really worth supporting and pursuing. Kasi you can actually demonstrate early wins. Ibig sabihin, you can produce early results. And this is through early projects that you have to start. For example, in a competitiveness plan, kanina, no, we have listed, I think, how many? 10 possible areas for objectives. Which of these objectives can be considered an early win? So those projects that can drive or that can support the strategic results in general. So pili kayo ng project na it can really show results immediately. That's why I call it early wins. Pili kayo ng project na i-support ninyo na magpakita na the strategy or the competitiveness plan really works. Mahirap kasi mag-implement ng projects na you have to implement 10 projects at the same time kasi one, you don't maybe have capacity or you don't have enough resources to accomplish the objective and therefore achieve the results. So that's one important ingredient, suggest or recommendation, no, in implementation. Pili kayo ng project where you can produce early win results or early results and utilize that project as an example that your competitiveness plan is worth pursuing and worth supporting. So, in choosing that particular project, I would like to suggest na yung projects na yan should be a project that encourages cross-departmental collaboration. Yung mga projects ba na it cuts across different units? Bakit? Kasi dito mo mapakita kung ang essence ng competitiveness planning, which is hindi lang ito responsibility ng isang department like the LAPO or the BPLO, but it's the responsibility of the whole organization. Similarly, when you talk about economic development or economic plan, it's not just about the responsibility of LAPO. Because if you look at competitiveness as its dimensions, there are infrastructure, there are government efficiency factors, there are resiliency factors, and of course, there's economic development factors. So pili kayo ng isang project to start with na may cross-departmental collaboration. Dito kasi makita mo kung if one department works well with other departments. Kasi kung minsan, one of the reasons why projects fail or goals are not achieved is because it was not properly implemented and because the people behind that project hindi nila na-coordinate properly ang mga activities nila, ang delivery ng mga resources. So therefore, the objectives are not, effectively met. Sige. Number 6. Number 6 step is to align your strategy to projects. When you are in charge of implementing a competitiveness plan, meaning when you're in charge, you're the ones administering or leading or coordinating. Your role actually is to make sure that every project implemented in that particular plan is aligned to the overall strategy of competitiveness. Kailangan, kung ikaw ang coordinator, like for example, you're a LAPO, you have to make sure that every project implemented by other departments are aligned properly to the overall strategy map. So what are the tips here? So once the projects are captured, they must be, when I say captured, meaning they are to be implemented, you have to make sure that they are aligned to the outcomes, meaning aligned to the strategic position that you have identified and subsequently contribute to the outcomes like jobs, like investment attraction, maybe like increase in income of your stakeholders should capture that. How do you do that? You have to compare, you have to make sure you monitor each project and its connection to the strategic objectives and really find out when you execute, and you're a project manager or you're a coordinator, make sure that every project implemented, the way they implement the project in terms of their activities, the resources that they utilize are aligned to the overall strategy, which is actually contained in the competitiveness roadmap. So this is a good way, aligning the project to the strategy is a good way of telling you as a project manager or coordinator which of this project directly supports or impacts on the strategy, meaning it directly contributes to producing the resource. And these are the kinds of projects that you should look for additional resources, or these are the projects that need to be continued because they perfectly or they are aligned to the impacts of the strategy. Kasi kung minsan may mga times na you have to stop, supporting a project or expand a project because they are actually aligned to the overall strategy of your particular company, of your particular roadmap, I mean. Okay, so number 7. Ito yung, I think this is important, sa pag-implement ng isang project, that you really have to develop your capacity or capability in project management. So from assessment, from objective setting, from implementation, to dealing with human resources, dealing with financials, dealing with the beneficiaries, and of course, tracking the results, which is very important. And therefore, I would believe that in implementing a competitiveness plan, you really have people in the LGU who has the capability to manage projects. And this would require probably additional trainings on the part of this particular team. Okay, the full complement of projects should be coordinated and controlled by a central project office or officer. So yun sinasabi natin na there must be an orchestrator. No? Someone else should orchestrate the different projects, and that these different projects are related to the overall outcome or objective of your capacity, of your competitiveness plan. And that's actually the role of a manager. And therefore, we need that kind of capacity in local government units. Yeah, one who has good skills and art of project implementation. Next is that, but 10 na to? 8 pa lang, sorry. I can exchange. This is, where's 10 here? Sorry. So number 8 is communicate the strategy. What do you mean by this? Kailangan talaga you, as a project leader or manager, it's really attendant on your part to really communicate regularly to your stakeholders. And generally, you have to, this is the leader, this is the role of the leader, to communicate the visualized strategy to the employees, to your beneficiaries in a way that will help them understand not only what needs to be done, but also why it needs to be done. And you actually need some sort of a communication plan to ensure that the different elements of the project are well understood and well communicated by your LGU. And this requires effort to come up with what you call a communication plan. So any project for that matter would definitely require a communication plan. Number 9, the heart of any project are the staff or the employees that actually do the day-to-day role of each project in the roadmap. So honestly, kailangan talaga yung mga perception, yung mga skills, knowledge, attitude, yung mga behavior, yung mga commitments, yung mga motivation ng mga tao natin are aligned with the expectation of them, from them, to achieve the results that are laid out as part of your strategy. So in this regards, employee should be able to know that they are making important, meaningful contribution to the success of the plan. And ensure that employees at all levels can articulate, meaning can speak about the plan. And of course, do their own evaluation of their personal roles to achieve the objectives of this plan. So the purpose actually of making sure that the staff, the employees, the stakeholders' role are described or discussed is because you wanted to make sure that they are aligned with the competitiveness plan. Ito yung failure ng mga plans. Kung minsan walang tao that actually should implement the plan. It's good in paper, but it's hard to implement this because you don't have warm bodies to implement the plan. So yun ang tip natin in terms of aligning individual roles. And of course, the last one that I want to share with you is that part of implementing the plan is to really have a set of rewards or incentives so that people will contribute their effort in the achievement of the results that you intend to achieve. As they say, what gets measured and rewarded gets done faster. Di ba mas masarap kung may rewards, no? And mas masarap kung there are benefits, no, that are attached to the, what you call this, to the activity or project or program that you are implementing. So after explaining the strategy and aligning it to the local LGU workforce, LGU should institute and incentives that drive behavior consistent with the strategy. So not only for those who are implementing the plan, we can also develop incentives to the beneficiaries to really adopt the technique, the processes that you are actually doing. Okay, so to sum it up, if I would like to summarize, no, the key points. Kailangan talaga, parang ito yung mga tip sheets ko, mga tips to make sure that the plans are implemented properly. Number 1, visualize the strategy. Number 2, measure the strategy, meaning there are clear indicators for that strategy to be easily implemented. Third, you have to regularly report progress. Fourth, based on the findings of your regular reports, you have to make strategic decisions. Then identify which among the many projects should be considered an early win project, meaning it produces results strategically in short time, and it encourages interdepartmental collaboration. So that's the kind of early win that we hope to see. Then make sure that as you go along as a manager implementing the project, you have to make sure regularly that they are aligned to the strategy. Hindi pwedeng gumagawa kayo ng project na hindi part of the overall strategy. Then you apply certain techniques for managing the project. And of course, communicate it, align the individual roles, and finally, reward performance. So ito yung mga tips natin in implementing a LED competitiveness plan, which basically is maybe generic in nature, especially about when you talk about plan implementation. But I think these 10 tips are actually valuable, no, in terms of appreciating the importance of implementation. Hindi lang pwedeng planning lang tayo. We need to implement the projects, the goals to be achieved. And we need some, techniques on how to go about it. And the 10 steps that I have laid out to you are good examples, no, of what a project manager, what a coordinator should be doing once he has an approved competitiveness plan on his hand, no, when he wants to implement the project. So that ends the part on implementation approaches. May mga questions kayo? Questions sa presentation ko?
Meron po
Yeah,
ba tayong mga katanungan sa
or
ating
if
participants?
you have ideas you want to share with everyone.
Yes. Anyone po? Mukhang
mahiya.
na-intindihan po nila maigi, sir, yung atin pong
Parang ito, basta ano ko lang, ang tip ko lang na na these are tips for a project coordinator or manager to make sure na yung roadmap is implemented. Yung kanina, iba yung approaches, na yung mga LED approaches talaga yan or strategies para ma-achieve ang objective. Ito yung mga tips ko is more on, you have a plan approved already by your council or the mayor adopted it. So paano natin ito gamitin para ma-achieve natin yung objective? You get my point? It's more of plan execution. Wala? Klaro ba? I actually, Narvi, I changed the slide, no? I put pictures para mas interesting siya.
Okay lang po sir para maintindihan namin ng ano.
Masarap i-ano
Mas
no, yung,
clear. At
yung,
saka
uh,
masayang
instead of
tingnan.
words,
Opo.
masaya tingnan. Kasi parang may tip ako kanina to visualize the strategy. Tapos yung presentation natin hindi visual. Anyway, sige. Kasi yung ano, we always talk about no, kung minsan the plan just are just after it's approved, nasa shelf lang no. Hindi ginagamit as a tool for implementation. Yan talaga ang purpose ng itong session no. Na paano natin kaya ma-execute ang plan? Anong mga tips for project implementers or coordinators? Yun lang naman ang essence ng session na to. Kanina kasi baka ma-confuse kasi kayo because we are talking about LED approaches. So those are approaches to achieve the objective. This time is anong approaches to implement the plan. Tama? Do you follow? Para ano bang mga 10 things that you have to take into account when you are there already, be in charge to implement the plan. Of course, sabi ko kanina, 3 C's, no? Dapat magaling ka mag-communicate. I think one of the roles no, of the LAPO is that magaling ka you have the capacity and you have the resources. Diba? So if you have these things available in your hands, anong gagawin mo para ma-jumpstart mo ang isang plano? One of the things that I stated here actually is the quick wins. No? Dapat may makita talaga yung mga stakeholders o yung mga beneficiaries ninyo na may concrete ba na example ng isang why we need to support or execute the roadmap. Kasi kung minsan kung puro lang papel, puro lang brochure, kung walang example on the ground, mahirap mag-convince other people to support the plan. And that's actually the reason why we need to have a quick win. And kailangan yung quick win is a kind of project that really impacts on the strategic position or your immediate outcome, and that you can see or show across departmental collaboration. Ibig sabihin, it will be an opportunity for the different departments to work together in implementing the project. Kasi the essence of a good competitiveness plan or even a good plan in general is that there is a buy-in. No? Dapat may support. So the support can be expressed in terms of they contribute their resources, they contribute their skills or knowledge about the project, and even they contribute to make sure that that particular project of that particular plan is sustained, no? And generating more support from other stakeholders. So yun ang purpose kung bakit kailangan ng isang tinatawag nating quick win na project. So kung i-summarize ko, kailangan may communication skills ka, may skill ka to coordinate, kinakascade mo, may skill ka to present the project, to monitor and review the results of the project, and of course to really put your hands in the real situation or reality by really implementing a quick win project. Sige. May mga comments pa kayo or question? So the keyword is, of course, implementing the strategy or the plan. Sige. Wala talaga.
Andyan pa po daw po ba ang ating mga participants? Pa-virtual thumbs up naman po.
Baka natulog na sila. Siesta.
Ayan.
Anyway, I think
Others,
it's clear
you may
naman
open
siguro,
your
no?
cameras and or mag-virtual thumbs up. Ayan. Ayun. So nakikinig naman sila, sir, and siguro wala pa po silang mga questions for now. So kung meron man po, pakisend na lang po sa ating chat box para mabalikan po natin po maya-maya.
Sige.
So I guess, sir,
So
okay. Go on, sir.
then, you go ahead, sorry.
Okay.
Next na tayo.
Opo. So we will now proceed po sa atin pong session 9.
Next topic yan.
Oo,
Yeah.
next topic. So this would be the last topic, I guess.
May isa pa yata, di ba?
Yung ating LG.
Yung review natin, yung plan review, no?
Okay, yes po.
Yeah, parang i-summarize natin, di ba?
Opo. So,
Sige.
lang po natin, sir, before we go to session 9, ibasa lang po natin yung
May comment
chat
dito.
po
Yeah.
ng ating participant from Pangasinan. So, very clear po, Sir Francis, how to invite you for more of these learning sessions on project management.
Yeah. We can exchange. Parang Narvin, no, sa ating LGRRC, NARVs, no, may knowledge management tayo. May sharing of knowledge and best practices. We can actually, NARVs, you can invite your team to go to, di ba, to move around when to seek projects, right?
Sir.
Yung taga-region.
Transportation.
Wala pa ba?
Sir, kayo
Yung region,
ang invite.
we can actually.
Invitean.
O pwede rin, pwede rin. Pero also, it's also nice to move around. Yung Region 5 NARVs, dito yata next week. Yung LGRC nila.
Dito sa
Sa Region 6. Ang Region 5, pupunta sa Region 6. Mga ganong mga opportunities for learning, right? It's also a nice. Rama, no? Yeah, I think it's a good idea na kasi kung minsan we don't have the monopoly of knowledge naman. Kasi I know even in Region 1 daming mga technical experts din kayo. Of course I'm willing. Pero 'di ba ang kailangan lang naman is actually to make sure no na ang gusto niyo na like in this case the kind of project management that you will be doing is one that supports your competitiveness plan. But I really I really think no personally now na isang skill sa LGU natin is actually how to manage projects, no? Hindi lang marunong magplano ng projects but actually know how to execute projects. Kasi dito yung yung mga day-to-day things no that you have to do to achieve the results of the plan is really very critical. So kailangan ng tinatawag nating mga project management skills. I'm pretty sure marami tayong expertise no all over the place. Ang challenge is parang how do we start working on improving our project management skills, no? Project coordination, communication, how do you make sure that you tawag dito, you network with other stakeholders, mga networking skills nyo, and so on and so forth. So that's actually a good learning that you need to do to implement projects. So I agree with you. Ang isang chunk of work na kailangan natin, even sa LGU, especially now, no, during the Mandanas ruling, where more and more of some services and responsibilities are transferred to the LGU, kailangan may mga capacity din tayo on managing these projects to make sure that they are actually producing the kind of results that we hope to produce as planned, no, in our proposals and in our competitiveness plan. Sige. Nice.
Ayan. So, okay. So, thank you so much, sir, for the tips po na binigay nyo sa ating mga LGUs. So, successfully implement their strategic plans. So, yan yung communication capacity and yung cash or yung resources natin. And pati yung mga step-by-step na pamamaraan. Ayun. Okay, so punta na po tayo sa ating session 9, yung business continuity planning and action planning. Still po kay Sir Francis po. Take it away, please, sir.
Thank you. Just look for my slide. business continuity. Okay, so yung itong this activity natin ngayon on this session, I mean, actually started with with the idea. I'll just fix this. So, okay, sige. Yung session na to actually is sa original na ano natin, yung it's all about business planning, no? It's all about business planning lang. Pero because of the current realities that we are in now in the local governments, we thought na the kind of business planning na kailangan natin sa local economic development is one that will help continue the what has been gained so far by our entrepreneurs and the LGU. At saka itong business continuity planning is actually the theory behind it. It's in the purview of business, no? Yung mga tips nila on continuity planning. But of course, we little by little we are actually trying to adapt, no? Sa work natin sa local economic development. So the purpose of this session actually is to really understand the knowledge about business continuity and how do we use it or implement it as part of the strategy for building the LGU's competitiveness and therefore reflected in the competitiveness plan. And of course, we will give an example on how to devise a business plan by choosing one of the many other initiatives or PPAs contained in the competitiveness plan. And of course, along the way, as we go about, appreciating and discussing this new concept, we will try to learn about the importance of having what you call a continuity plan in, of course, our work now. So again, this is really recognized, no, by CMCI, no. In fact, yung nung una, walang resiliency. Tama ba Tama, no, na walang resiliency ang Kathleen before.
Yes,
Ang
yes.
walang resiliency, no, ang CMCI. Pero ngayon may dagdag innovation ba 'yon?
Yes, sir.
Innovation na. So mga ganong efforts na ginagawa natin is because of the changes in the economic environment, like the COVID tells us something, no, that our competitiveness plan should be also resilient, no, or should be a sustainable one. So the reason why we are discussing this is because recently, because of the pandemic, it has actually disrupted the operations of our MSMEs in our communities. And usually, if you look at the plan, as in the case of Ilocos Sur kanina, most often when we talk about economic development, diba, it's really a kind of approach or intervention to really support our micro, small, and medium enterprises, and they're the most vulnerable in terms of impacts of pandemic like COVID. And I think this morning you mentioned about the impact also of some animal diseases, no, mga what you call biological risks, no. For example, Baco, you're involved in bangos production. It's not just about producing it. It's not just about marketing it. You're also looking into the environment, the ecosystem. What happens if there is insecticide infestation, diba, that has run off to your fish ponds? So it will affect productivity. What happens if your livestock is affected by African swine fever, right? So the level of production is also affected. So in short, when we talk about therefore business planning, we also have to talk about how to ensure that whatever strategies we have are actually continued and sustained. And this is precisely the reason why business continuity is really an important ingredient in business planning. So more about it, an enterprise should really have a way of conducting some sort of an impact analysis to assess the possible effects of these threats that you have identified to your marketing, production, or management operations. If you raise that to another level, we would say you need to do some impact analysis and assess the effects of some of these threats to your competitiveness plan, which is anong impact sa economic dynamism of your LGU, to the resiliency of the infrastructures that you're building. Of course, the other aspects is the actual, resiliency itself. You have to look at the impact of these threats to the government efficiency. Di ba ngayon, I think the COVID-19 has really shown us the ability of our capacity of our government to deliver services to the people. No, talagang we really have a lot of problems in terms of service delivery, as shown by our experiences in COVID-19 pandemic. No, hindi tayo efficient because there are logistical issues. There are problems between the supply and demand. There are problems of connectivity and so on and so forth. So we were actually talking about this many years ago, no? But this time, the lens is focused on these threats or issues that we were been discussing so far in the past. And I think more and more of this kind of lens, the threats and the possible potential threats to our competitiveness plan, to our business plan, should be given importance now when you do business planning or when you do competitiveness planning. So kailangan yan, hindi lang kung sa ano pa, hindi lang in addition to, but it's actually mainstream properly. Meaning it's part of your system that analyzing the impact of these threats on every aspect of the plan or every aspect of the MSME operations, you consider these particular factors. So, therefore, DTI, Kat, no? Na DTI has been spearheading business continuity planning, no, for MSMEs. Pero wala tayong masyadong business continuity or local economic development continuity planning, no, sa LGUs. Wala, no? Yung LGU sa enterprise meron tayo, but this time we're learning the techniques of BCP. There is a full course that is offered by DTI on how to do business continuity planning. So what we are doing now is we are trying to derive the key concepts there and how do you apply it, because it's really a rigorous process. Similarly, when you do your LCCAP and when your DREAM DRM plan, di ba you're conducting CIDRA, the Climate and Disaster Risk Assessment. Kasi ito nagpo-provide ng data para maging comprehensive din ang planning process mo. And also, you are actually looking at the different scenarios or impacts of different scenarios on the operation of your business, and in this case, the LGU. Challenging kasi marami tayong tools available. Ang challenge is how do you use those tools to ensure that our local government units who are working with our MSMEs, for example, are also aware of the technology of business continuity planning. Okay, why I'm trying to emphasize this is because if you remember the first yesterday when Narvi presented the slides on the introduction to local economic development, remember that boxes na ano ba talaga ang role ng local government in business continuity planning? Di ba yun ang question natin, no? Kasi kailangan yung business continuity plans should be done by the MSMEs, right? Pero anong role ng local government dito? Tama. Okay. Looking back at that diagram that Narvi presented to you, di ba, at the end of the day, when you talk about local economic development, ano ba? We want to make sure that our businesses, no, are ang quality of life ng mga tao natin, ang income nila mag-increase, they have employment. And this can only be achieved if we are able to attract investments, no? Investments that are sabi ni Kat kanina, ang mga businesses na who want to stay longer in your area, business retention, no? Or who wants to expand their operations in your area. Di ba yun ang ganong mahirap, di ba mahirap mag-attract ng new businesses, no? Mahirap mag-attract ng new business. Pero ang isang strategy or approach na sinabi kanina ni Kat is, isang strategy sa LED is to really help those who are already there. Tinatawag nating business retention and expansion. Kasi they really love to be in your LGU na. So your strategy now or your approach is to make sure that they will continue operating in your localities and expand their operations, tama? And of course, diversify their operations. Bakit ganon? Kasi we want to increase more investments. We want to create more jobs, right? And therefore, more income for the people. Anong role ng government dyan? Dalawang side, no? Ng local government, basically. Number one is, you really have to lower the cost for doing business. Tama? Kasi kung akong negosyante, at saka ang cost of doing business sa inyo is really very affordable or low, I want to stay there. Kasi, or an LGU should provide opportunities for businesses and investors to maximize or increase the revenues. Tama? So, bigyan mo sila ng marketing and branding, invite mo sila sa mga investment promotion, may mga trade fairs kayo. But all these things na ginagawa ninyo is because you wanted this MSME, these enterprises, to grow their revenues. Kasi if I have increasing revenues and decreasing or maintaining my cost for doing business in your specific LGU, I would be able to have more net profit. Tama? Kung malaki ang net profit ko, I can reinvest it, I can expand it, tama? Or diversify my operations. And if this happens in your local government unit, what happens? So matataas yung business registration ninyo. So therefore, mataas yung taxes na mako-collect ninyo. And of course, that's on the part of the local government. On the part of the people in your community, may mga employment opportunities sila. And therefore, kung maganda yung operations ng mga businesses in your area, walang masyadong job problems or employment problem. And therefore, people will be happy and will not be dependent too much on the social services provided by the government through the local government unit. So, yung mga ganong thinking. But if there are problems in the environment like these threats that we are talking about, the chances for increasing the revenue and the chances for lowering the cost of doing business would not happen. Kasi these threats are sources of additional cost to the MSME and a source of possible decline in the revenues. So yun ang importansya na kailangan ang isang local government unit should promote among their MSME business continuity planning. So yun ang tahi ko sa discussion natin yesterday na pinisent ni Narvi, no, na itong framework na yan, itong ginagawa natin is to make sure that we maximize the revenues potential of the MSMEs and at the same time reduce the cost for doing business. But of course, reality check, most of our MSME now is really finding it hard to recover, right? Because of the impact of the pandemic. Dagdagan pa ngayon ng oil price increases, tama? Because of the war in Ukraine. So, ang dami-daming mga factors that we really have to have a way of building the continuity and resiliency of MSMEs because it has some direct impact on the operations also of the LGU. Okay, so what is therefore business continuity planning? Yeah. What is that business continuity? May mga ano dito, may mga comments that we can look at also. Okay, so may comments like, mamaya na to. Okay, pwede din natin just to take a break, no? LGUs have to have a healthy business environment. Tama, I agree with you. ARTA is one way to do it, to build the confidence na walang red tape. Yun ang dapat natin. So yung tinatawag ng mga non-fiscal incentives, no? Di ba kung minsan tinitinker natin yung investment code to provide them with fiscal incentives. Pero equally important din ang mga non-fiscal incentives. Yung mga ganitong mga ARTA, cost of doing business are lower and so on. The state intervenes to have a healthy economic environment. They see it as an important way to increase the welfare of your community through employment, livelihood, and other economic activities that are present. I think tama ka talaga, no? Ang pinaka-ideal situation natin yung yung sana wala na masyadong four-piece, no? Wala na masyadong support to those workers, no, that are affected by the closure of some of our enterprises. So that's why ang more importantly yung whole of government approach in building the elements of competitiveness in our local government units is very important, no? Kasi if you together work together, kasi di ba kung minsan I think you agree with me, no, na challenging ang delivery ng projects, no? Yung parang yung bawat agency does its own work, no? Na kung minsan at the end of the line you're working with the same people, no? You're assisting the same entrepreneurs and so on and so forth. So that's why I think itong mga discussions natin can actually be well done kung not only, of course, LGU listening to us, but a multi-stakeholder team, no, that works precisely for us. So again, I go back to the idea na ano ba talaga ang tinatawag nating business continuity plan or planning. It's actually a strategy that will assure the enterprises to have the ability to continue meeting the needs of the enterprise or continue on achieving the objectives of the enterprise following the unplanned disruptions. Ibig sabihin yung mga threats that you have some way of having no control. That's why why we do this business continuity planning, kasi as much as possible we have some amount or degree of control on the threats, no, that impacts on the viability or the operations of our businesses. And actually, specifically, it's actually designed to reduce the risks, no? Risk meaning these are sources of possibilities that you will not be able to achieve your revenues, or it will increase the cost, no, for doing business in your enterprise. More about business continuity planning. It's actually important to remember that you should plan and prepare not only for the events that will stop the functioning of your enterprise, but also those who have potential impacts on the services and functions that you deliver or produce. Okay, what is the importance of doing a continuity plan? Number one, it makes enterprises stay afloat. At least, no? Ito yung mga ginagawa natin ngayon, the recovery. Then it maintains your client services na hindi ma-disrupt ang provision of the products and services that your businesses or enterprises are offering. Similarly, if you look at it from the local government perspective, hindi ma-disrupt ang client services natin. Di ba may mga agencies ako na I remember, no, during the pandemic na some of their services are not available because the person in charge was affected by COVID-19. Pero ideally, when you do a continuity planning, hindi sana ma-disrupt, no, ang services na ginagawa despite all these risks, no, that are available in your office. So yun ang purpose talaga ng having a continuity plan. Then you can actually, one of the importance is how do you really relocate na critical operations. Kung sa DRRM pa, paano kayo evacuation, mga evacuation, di ba, saan yung mga evacuation sites and so on. So similarly in business, if you need to really relocate, no, your operations, so you have to project that already as part of your business continuity plan. Then of course, finally, you're able to minimize financial losses and therefore possibility of a minimal net loss is achieved, or maintaining your level of profitability even before that particular threat happens. So I would like to introduce to you the idea na yung mga local governments natin, if you want to help your enterprises, may mga guidebooks na talaga ang DTI amidst the Corona 2019 virus. Pero yung business continuity planning can also be implemented even using other threats, no? In the light of other threats, not only for coronavirus. So I think you can take advantage of this opportunity if you think that most of your MSME would require some sort of an input on business continuity planning. Okay, so in this particular aspect of the presentation that I have, how do you prepare a business continuity plan? Of course, there's a lot of sophistication, no, that is available in the guidebook, no, of DTI. But I thought using the visual form again, I would like to utilize, business model canvas to present, no, the elements of a business, and therefore each of these elements may require certain strategies or activities to ensure the continuity will happen in your particular enterprises. So what is a business model canvas? It's actually a tool that will help you understand, in this case, business continuity in a more structured, visually straightforward manner. And it will be, as I call it in this presentation, a shared language. When I say shared language, it's a good way of communicating, describing, visualizing, assessing, and changing the business model of your particular MSMEs. It also describes the reasons why a particular business should really create, deliver, and capture value. Meaning, what you mean by value is the results, no, that you want your target clients to have as a result of providing them with the necessary activities and strategies or resources, no, for doing a business plan. Okay. Using a business model also will help you also provide insights about the kind of clients that you are serving. Ano ang mga propositions, anong mga proposals ninyo, or what is it that they will benefit from you? What channels will these benefits pass through or use to reach them, meaning the clients? And how do you make money out of this? Or how do you save money out of this? So again, it's also a good tool to understand how your competitor or works, no? Using the same in the same industry that you're in now. So according to the business model canvas, there are 9 elements that you need to look into when you develop a business plan using a business model canvas. And therefore, from my own perspective, when you do business continuity planning and you analyze the impact of the possible threats, tama, the possible threats to your business operation, you have to also look into the impacts of these threats to these 9 elements. Tama, no? Kasi ito yung elemento ng isang magandang business model daw. Okay. So what are the key questions that you usually ask, no, when you use business model canvas in preparing a business plan with the view in mind of ensuring that the potential threats to your business continuity are considered? So there are 9 areas, namely clients, value proposition, delivery methods, key results, anong mga strategies or activities, resources, budget, and key implementing partners. Ito yung mga 9 questions na kung sagutin mo using the template, you would be able to really come up with a good business plan or a model for your particular goal or objective. In this case, your competitiveness plan. So for example, what are the key questions that you usually ask? Number 1, what are the offerings? Meaning, what are the values? What are the results or benefits that the LGU is trying to offer to its clients or beneficiaries? So ito yung question dito, no, na dapat mo sagutin. So therefore, anong offerings or anong mga services, ano ang mga products or programs that you are offering to address the needs of your clients? So itong value proposition will address the needs. I'll use na the pen. This value proposition is designed to address the needs of the client. Of course, the discussion on offering a product or a service by the LGU to address the needs of the client, itong kung ano ang i-offer mo na products or projects or activities, you also similarly at the same time analyze sino ang clients mo and who are the type of clients you are working with and what kind of needs that they are trying to address, so that there will be a good, at you call it, fit, no? My fit siya, I mean, it's like a ball and bearing, no? What you will offer is what the clients need. Okay, so yun ang questions na 2 question pa lang natatackle natin. Then next is knowing what you want to offer, which is what the clients need. What forms of interface or what are the means to deliver the product, the activity, the program to your clients? So that is what I call delivery methods or methods for reaching the clients or methods for making sure that your product reaches the market. Then the next question is, how do you ensure that this is established properly and maintained? Meaning the kind of relationships that you have are established and maintained. So this is the question of types of relationship, or the other term we can use is actually partnership. And how do you make sure that it is maintained? That's very important, na hindi lang a matter of delivering it, it's matter of making sure that they are maintained. No? The method of delivering, which can be achieved through partnerships. All these discussions of you in terms of what products to offer, whether it meets the need of the market. Kasi kung na-meet mo ang need ng market or ng beneficiaries mo, or through the product that you are offering, what happens? They're actually willing to pay for that particular product or service. In short, you will be producing results as a result of the fact that the clients or beneficiaries are able, kung happy ka sa serbisyo ng LGU, you don't have problems paying, quote unquote, for the services that they are providing. Tama? Paying means hindi siya nagko-complain kung mahal ang product mo. Or in a government service, even if your mayor's permit or your business taxes is higher, they will not complain because they are satisfied with the services that you are providing. So yun ang mga tinatawag natin sa ease of doing business law na may mga boss, di ba? May mga online payment and so on and so forth. Not only just to ensure na ma-minimize natin ang corruption, but also to make sure that the client's services are really of quality. Okay? So all these things, the willingness to pay will produce the results or benefits that the LGU, or if it is an MSME, will derive from the products that you're offering. Okay? Do you follow? Sige. Now the question is, in this particular model is, if this is the kind, if this is the kind of product or service that you are trying, or what the market or the client needs, the question now is, how do you produce that particular service? Or how do you make or come up with that particular product or service? So you actually need activities. You need to perform certain activities to ensure that you will be able to provide the product or produce the product, or offer or provide the offerings. So may mga sets of activities ka. Okay? To, what you call this, come up, produce the product. A product that meets the needs of the client. Of course, you need resources para ma-perform nyo ang sets of activities. Like for example, you do planning, you do a workshop, you conduct coaching, and so on. So each of these are examples of activities. And you need resources in order for you to perform these activities. So itong arrow na yan. Okay. Of course, the question is, where will you get these? Who will perform these activities? So you need to know who are your key partners to perform the activities. Okay. You also need partners to provide resources. Do you follow? Do you follow the arrows that I am handling? And all this, the resources that you need, the resources, of course, that you need, and the partners that you involve would require a budget. You need money to be provided to buy the resources needed to perform the activities. You need also some resources to bring together the partners, mga meetings, and so on. Okay, so that is what I mean by budget or cost for performing the activity. Of course, in business, results minus the cost is equals, of course, yung savings that you generate from this business plan or model that you are working on. Okay, so yun ang mga basic elements na tinitingnan natin when we use a business model canvas in preparing a business plan. So you would also notice that each one of these 9 elements na sinasabi ko, there are potential threats that will happen that you will be able not to satisfy the needs of your clients. You will not be able to produce the kind of product that they need, that will hamper the delivery of the product to them. Tama? That will strain the relationship between you and the clients. Maybe the limited resources is affected because of certain threats, or maybe some of these activities will be disrupted, or some of your partners may not be now involved because of certain threats that are affecting them in terms of providing you with the activities and or the resources that you need. And as a result, you will be able to be spending a lot of your resources to minimize the impact of these threats sa taas. And therefore, your results may be reduced. And therefore, finally, your savings will be affected. So actually, that's the concept, a very simple concept of how we can utilize business model canvas in preparing a business plan, and in this case, a business continuity plan. Sige. Questions so far at this point? Very, very broad ang concept. You agree with me? Can you get to understand the interrelationships of the 9 factors? Ito, mga 9 factors na to presented in a matrix and guided by the questions. And if you answer each of these questions, you will be able to develop a business plan or a business proposal or a project plan or a project proposal. And of course, the consideration of the threats is when you analyze each of these 9 boxes and find out ano mga potential threats that will impact these 9 elements of a good business model. Okay. Questions so far? Sige. No questions? Wala. Sige. So kung wala kayong question, I can give. Let's give an example. Tama? Oh, we have time now. Let's give an example. Hindi ba ito yung competitiveness plan niyo kanina? Let's have an example, no? So your objective includes providing access to capital, improve connectivity, strengthening the co-op, enhancing MSME and tourism recovery, establish an office, municipal tourism offices, acquiring property, improving resilience of tourism industry, and of course, establishing ICT. Okay. So the next question is, if you want to develop a business model or a plan that supports your competitiveness plan, what you do is actually each of these green ones, rectangle, you can develop specific business plans for each of these. Enhancing MSME and tourism recovery, another business plan for accessing capital, connectivity, establishing database. So isa-isa yon. So gagawin ko, we'll pick one of this and develop a business model, using the business model canvas that I presented. Okay. So I have these specific questions. Okay. That we need to answer okay, sorry. Can I use this slide? Ito nang gagamitin natin, no? Can you see it in the screen? Malaki din.
Okay naman, sir.
I'll just stretch it. So let's have an example of business model canvas for an LGU. So assuming that the services that the LGU will provide to address the needs of the client is enhancing tourism recovery in your LGU. So ito yung value proposition natin, no? So sabihin natin we will enhance the MSME and by enhancing, I don't know what you mean by enhancing, no? Who will be benefiting in this enhancement process? Whom are you enhancing? Who are your clients? So number 1, you have the MSMEs, no? Tama? Number 2, you have the tourism enterprises. Sino pa? Who will benefit from the enhancing of the MSMEs? Sino kaya? Mga investors, no? Tama? You follow? Di ba the investors can benefit also? Okay, then we'll specify what kind of benefit will they derive. Ang MSME, ano ma-derive nila na benefit if the local government unit enhances its tourism recovery activities? Ano ma-benefit nila? Anyone? They will be able to avail of what? If you look at the diagram ni Narvi kahapon, they will be able to increase their profit, no? Increase. Tama ba? Increase their incomes. Or let me see sales. Very specific, no? And they will reduce their costs. So this is also true for tourism entrepreneurs, no? Okay, ano pang mga benefit ng tourism entrepreneurs in this case? They will have access to market, no? To travel market. So yun ang possible benefit. Sa investors, ano mga benefit na makuha nila? They will be able to generate, diba, returns, no? From investments. Laki pala ng investments. So ito yung example na ginagawa natin. I'll make it smaller. I'll remove this first. Sige. So I'll make this smaller. 14. Okay. So, enhancing the MSME, you will be able to develop you have to have these benefits, no, per type of beneficiary. Okay. How will you be able for this program, recovery projects, to reach your target client? Paano? How will you be able to reach the MSMEs? Anong mode of and investors? How will you deliver your program to them? Ang guide ko dito. So, what is it? What is the mode of delivery for MSMEs? You want to, for example, work with associations, di ba? There are associations. Tama? Or you can utilize yung ano pa ba? Working networks with agencies, NGAs. For investors, how can you reach them? So you may be through ano pa ba? Actual business to business activities where you meet not together and so on and so forth. So ito yung example ng delivery methods, meaning ano ang means mo to reach these target beneficiaries. What kind of relationships would you like to maintain so that they will continue to work with you? You will perform business-to-business activities regularly. So what do you strengthen partnerships? You can do that by maybe you can actually say social media or communication. No? You can do communications, regular communications with them, meaning you have a database, you have ICT, regular communications. Paano pa? You actually invite them into your public PR activities, no, ng PR means. No? You invite them to your launching, you recognize them, di ba? And so on and so forth. Sige. Yeah, profit. So generate returns from investments, then up, of course, profit. Okay. Again, remember, we are actually preparing a business plan for the LGU because the value proposition that they are doing is to enhance MSME and tourism recovery. Okay. What will the LGU benefit out of this process? No, out of providing the program, the project. What will the LGU benefit out of this? It will what? Anyone? Ano ang makuha ng LGU as a result of enhancing the MSMEs? So they will be able to increase their revenues also from taxes. Tama, no? Business taxes. Tama ba yon? Business taxes because there's available, right? So secondly, ma-benefits ang LGU is what? It will be able to delivery of its services, no? Diba, hindi na ma-pressure ang LGU sa pag-deliver ng, one nice services, yung mga need of your people for jobs, need for them to increasing their household incomes. Diba? So you don't need to do that by the LGU themselves, but actually it happens, these results happen because you're able to provide those kinds of investments. Ano pa ba ang mga benefits ng LGU? Others. Sorry. Okay. So yun ang isang example ng business model. Increase income, taxes, generation of job. Yeah, exactly. Okay, good. Okay, the next thing that you will ask yourself when you develop a model is, what are the activities needed by the LGU to provide or to enhance MSME and help in tourism recovery? Of course, anong ginagawa nyo in this regard? You maybe sometimes you form committees, teams, and committees. Then number two, you probably prepare plans, right? You prepare proposals for funding. Number three, you enterprise recovery. You provide TA, technical assistance on branding, or maybe we start with production, branding, and marketing. Dami, no? Remember those approaches that you were marketing. Or even in the first presentation, we have technology. Diba? You provide TA, marketing, and production technologies. Ano pa ba? You participate in trade fairs. Example lang trade fairs. You conduct investment forums. You prepare collaterals, documents. Or you even have your own established seed capital for MSMEs to start with, and so on and so forth. Diba? So ito yung mga example ng activities that you will be doing to perform or to achieve this value proposition. What resources do you need in order for these activities to be performed? Ano? You need budget for, diba? You need budget, diba? You need budget to perform all those 7 activities. You need to you need to establish experts pool. You need to have what you call this, financing strategy, not strategy. So you have a financing windows for assisting the entrepreneurs, and many other resources needed to perform this activity. So your networks, no, experts pool and networks. Ano pa ba ang mga resources? You can maximize the business groups, no? You can actually work with the business associations. That's your resource, no? Partnerships for TA, and so on and so forth. Then the next question is, who are the partners? Who are your partners to perform these activities and provide these resources? So you may be saying you have identified NGAs like DO, DTI, DOT, because they will be helping you provide, or BOI, to help you provide all these, help you perform these activities. Second, you may need to work with private sector business groups. So the idea is find out what you think are needed, and you need to probably work with the academe or even private individuals. And you can work with private individuals to help you design your collaterals, develop your website, individuals, and provide you with materials. So you can actually specify these key implementing partners and find out what kind of activities and or resources that they provide. Then you can estimate how much do you need in terms of resources for the following, no? Magkano ang budget needed? You have to determine, no, the cost for these activities, like how much will you need for how much, what's happening here? Undo typing, undo pasting, undo aligning, undo bullets. What happened to my undo paste? Okay. So you need to copy this. Copy and put it here. Okay. So you need budget for experts, and you need to have budget for meetings, no, with networks. You need to have seed capital for initial funding. You need to have maybe budget for trainings, diba? And so on. So this is an example for an LGU to spend, no, or infra, if you wish to. Budget for investment workshops or investment forums, for trainings and forums or even in front. Okay, so with this kind of process, you will now begin to compare how much will you spend and how much will you, what results, quantify the results that you will produce as results. Then find out, the next question is, what are the possible threats that these, for example, activities will not happen, these resources will not be made available, these partners are not, ready to be assisting you, and so on and so forth. What are the possibilities that these delivery methods will not happen and these clients are not available, or finally these results will not be achieved? So yun ang ginagawa natin when you develop a business plan, some sort of a project plan to support the achievement of this particular objective, no? So for every objective that you have here, you can actually still develop or apply the concept of what you call business planning. So yun ang possible process na gagawin ninyo when you prepare a business plan. So after this, you can actually write proposals easily. You can develop project designs or business plans as a result of that. Again, the discussions kanina natin, I want to go back to that point that I really wanted you to appreciate, yung kanina na sinasabi ko, like this one, no? Like saying na itong program, ito, was designed to address the needs of your client. So kung gagawa ka ng proposal, it's easy now to come up with objectives of your proposal, right? Very easy kayo nandun na yung objectives ng enhancing MSME mo is actually what the beneficiaries would like to achieve, no? So the objective, therefore, of enhancing MSME is to increase sales of MSME, to reduce their cost, to provide access to tourism markets, and to generate returns to investors. Tama? It's easy to write your proposal. Second, how will you ensure that this project or product or program reaches your client? So one of your methods for delivering it is actually, in general, working with existing MSMEs, networking with other national agencies, and working B2B meetings and activities with investors. The end outcome, or the outcome of that process, is increasing taxes for the LGU and efficiently delivering jobs and household incomes to your constituents. And even as mentioned by some of our participants now, you can extend payments. Extension payments is actually a benefit, no? So you can justify your need for extending it kasi it's part of an overall strategy, no? So the needs of the MSME is extension of tax payments or investors. So doing that will lead to these following results, right? Following results. To maintain that you will continuously improve or achieve these results, you need to have regular communications with your clients. And of course, any PR work that is done by the LGU, you continuously are involving your clients and beneficiaries. Okay, next. The question of what kind of activities are needed. So these 7 activities will be part of what you call enhancing the MSME and tourism economic recovery. And these are the resources needed to perform these activities. These are the partners that you will work with to perform the 7 activities and to provide you with the necessary resources. All in all, if you want to summarize this cost side of your plan, you are now ready to prepare a budget. How much will you spend for 1, 2, 3, and 4? And to compare your cost and your results quantified, you can now begin to know how much savings will the government or local government will be able to generate. Of course, a local government should not earn more savings, no? Kasi more savings means that the kind of services that you deliver to your clients are also limited, no? So sana short savings, especially for extra expenses needed for unforeseen activities like disaster. But generally, you should not be saving a lot. But for if you use a business model for a business company, the more savings that or the more revenues or the more profit that they gather as a result of having a good business model, the better. So that's actually an example of the kind of application. Sorry, tapos na pala. The kind of application that I would like to share with you when you use a business model in developing a business plan, which is anchored on your tourism, not anchored on your competitiveness plan. So yun, ang example na pwede kong ma-share sa inyo, and I think I can also share this process. Questions so far at this point? Clear ba? Claro. Ang example.
Meron po bang katanungan ng mga
Friends natin.
meron po bang katanungan from our participants?
Wala. Katulog na sila. Tulog na sila.
Hello.
Hello, are you still there?
Habang nandito po si Chair Francis, ay si Ma'am Ma'am Kat. Hello, Ma'am Kat.
Thumbs up lang yan mo. Thumbs up. Gising pa po.
So,
May tanong ka, Ma'am Kat.
Wala naman so far, ma'am.
parang it's also changing your mindsets, no, planning, which I thought na kailangan natin, no, you want to simplify things. You want to make sure na all this, usually when we do a business plan or project proposal, straightforward, no? Background, objectives, rationale, strategy for implementation. Itong ginagawa ko, yung ini-illustrate ko sa inyo is parang yung making sense na naman. It will not change the way kung anong format ninyo or how do you plan to do it. It's just a matter of how you make sure that all parts of your proposal are aligned, and that later on when you develop and assess the impact of certain threats, the impact on one box will also affect the impact on the other boxes. So madali mo siya. So kung i-change ko to in terms of impact analysis, no? Tingnan natin yung threat, no? So bawat box na yan, i-identify lang natin kung anong threats, no? Na those activities, those results that you have outlined will not be achieved. Diba? Because there are certain risks that are present that need to be addressed. So therefore, later, after that, what you will do is to add other activities or increase your budget, tama? So that these threats are mitigated or the impact of these threats are minimized. So that's actually the thinking process that you do when you perform or use these particular tools. Sige. Wala talagang question?
Sir, kung walang question, kayo po ang mag-question sa kanila.
So, ang question ko naman is, which part of the presentation that I had is not very clear to you? Ano sabi ni Tago din? Ano to yung when you say the problem is no funds allocated. Allocated for what? I think challenging yan, no? Looking for funds. Funding for your activities. I mean, if you look at the model, the funds needed to perform those resources needed to perform those activities. That's the one you are talking about. Yeah. That's why if you look at the box that we have there, no, in the competitiveness plan, my enabling, remember sa baba yung mga enabling objectives ninyo, which is actually talking generally about your government efficiency. So if funding mechanisms or funds are not available, I think you can have to develop a business model or a strategy for those areas. Now, kailangan, no? Kasi kailangan siya, if you look at the, where will I? If I look at the box, no, ito. If you look at this box, at saka funding, itong mga sa baba na to, kailangan to support the ones that are up there. So, more and more that you need to develop a business plan for, for each of these specific enablers so that you will be able to achieve your higher level objectives and your strategic position. Now, parang we would not be constrained now by the lack of funds. Similarly, in a business continuity planning, you can actually look at funding as a possible risks, possible risk why you cannot perform certain activities like this one. So yun ang mga possible responses doon. Sige. Any other, may ano ba? Did you get something from the tool? Pwede ba nating in some way magamit? Anyone? Sige. Wala talaga. Sige. Kung wala, maybe we can proceed, no? Pwede tayo makaproceed?
Okay,
Do I
sir.
see? Para kung wala kayong question, anyway, you can go back to the notes and find out how the process can be done and how it is illustrated. Pwede ba? I mean, parang may confidence ba kayo that you can actually, some way, may idea kayo on how it is being done? If you notice, ang advocacy natin dito yung coordinating, communicating, kasi with the limited resources that we have now in the government, really have to make sure that we have to do a lot of prioritization. And maybe these tools can help LGUs to prioritize. Kung minsan kulang tayo sa capacity, kulang tayo sa resources as highlighted by Tagudin. So kailangan talaga ng prioritization, kailangan talaga ng sequencing, cascading, and alignment ng mga activities kasi this can be a way to improve our productivity and efficiency. So yun ang mga value nito ng mga ganitong mga tools, no, na ini-introduce natin. Sige. Okay, so kung wala kayong questions, okay lang kayo that I can proceed. Last na to na topic, which is actually a review na ng ginawa natin. Okay ba, Narbs? No?
Okay po, sir.
Okay, sige. I just wanted to make sure na Actually, 5 slide lang to na gagawin ko. And I just wanted to do a summary of what we have and later on, discuss in detail the last one. So, the whole process that we have done so far for the last 2 days is actually to really primarily introduce to you the concept of competitiveness and why it is important as part of your local economic development strategy for your local government unit. And if I would like to visually summarize it, we started, of course, after the preliminaries where we talk about LED, competition law, the importance of local economic assessment, where it provides us with the data, and of course, the importance of CMCI and other performance management tools that we are currently applying and using to monitor the performance of the LGUs. These are actually, what you call this? They are actually relevant, no, to the need for developing a competitiveness roadmap or a plan. To summarize our key points, we did the gap analysis, which is actually a more important step in processing, no, the information available from those sources after understanding the whole LED framework or the LED process. And of course, the CMCI index. What we did was to really identify gaps based on the information that we have gathered. And to identify that, what we did was to compare the current realities versus the ideal realities or situation, guided by the specific indicators. So you have a list of gaps that you can have, that you can think of based on the data that you have reviewed. Si Dr. Margarita, no? Si Dr. Margarita Hilario presented to us some tools, no, for developing competitive advantages, or what I call strategic position. She mentioned about value chain analysis, which is actually an important tool that we can use to also identify gaps, no? By comparing the ideal and real situation within the framework of a value chain. The result of this is actually a list of possible gaps, which can be classified as strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, or threats, and which you can actually subsequently use to develop your strategic position by answering the three major questions that we provided to you, namely, anong sector that drives your local economy. So therefore, you have to make those sectors very competitive. The second question was, what are the things that you can take advantage of, or simply what we call opportunities and threats? And the third one is all about what are the things that you want to work on to improve on it. If you answer these three questions, you can now begin to craft the position statement or strategic position statement of your competitiveness plan for the next 3 to 5 years or 3 years to follow the cycle, no, of our elections. So that's madugo na process, no. Then after that, sorry, I did not change the diagram. From this strategic position, you can now develop your competitiveness plan pala. Sorry. It's not competitive plan, competitiveness plan. Okay. Which contains those examples that we have actually provided to you. And the next thing you do is to develop a scorecard, which is actually looking at each objective and developing a scorecard for each. And we have example for that. The purpose for that is to make sure that you have clear milestones and PPAs to support your objective. And for each of these for each of these initiatives, you can actually develop a business plan or a model, or using a business model canvas, by answering 9 questions. And of course, as you go about doing this, you have to make sure that you have to look into the potential impacts of the different threats to the achievement or success of the objective of a particular project, which will subsequently contribute to the possibility of not achieving the results or the outcomes of your competitiveness plan. So, tahi-tahi yan lahat. Okay. So, what we actually did, in general, no? I'm looking at it, no? Parang when I talk about led strategies to support the local competitiveness, makita ninyo sa diagram na to na yung discussions natin or ang elemento ng cities and municipalities competitiveness index, which is what we call in DILG business friendliness and competitiveness, whose elements include economic dynamism, infrastructure, government efficiency, and resiliency. And now there is another one, I think, innovation. All these actually are parts of the enabling environment or ecosystem, as you may call it, that will provide the necessary support services and necessary support to make sure that investors will come to your area, stay longer there, expand their operations, and even diversify their product lines, which is a measure of how well an LGU is in terms of its competitiveness. So yun, dito yun. So quality support services like infra, which is actually part of government, or infrastructure development services. And of course, mga economic dynamism and resiliency, government efficiency, which are important elements of friendliness and competitiveness. Of course, there was a question yesterday, so ang galing namin sa rice production, sa tobacco, sa bangus. Why is it that we are not still competitive? Diba? Sabi niya. So kasi, your sector may be not competitive. Your agribusiness or agriculture sector. Your tourism sector may not be as competitive. Or your IT BPO or other retail sectors that are necessary combined with, the elements of business competitiveness. Meaning, what I'm saying is, your industries there or sectors may not be competitive also. So even how much you make sure that your internal system, the government efficiency, your infrastructure, your economic dynamism, and resiliency are not matched or are not supporting the competitiveness and resiliency of your industries, you will never be able to achieve the kind of led results that or local economic development that you hope to achieve. Like, you will never be able to sustain entrepreneurs or enterprises by the entrepreneurs. You will not be able to increase your revenues, come up with innovative revenue mechanisms or schemes, or even reduce the cost for doing business for the LGU, or even an LGU whose ratio of internally generated resources is almost equal to the NTA, the National Transfer Allotment that will be provided to you by the national government. Or in short, what I'm saying is self-reliance. So if this 2 and 3 does not happen, you will never have a more resilient, a more inclusive, a more sustainable growth for the very poor constituents in your communities, like the farmers, the fisher folks, the service workers in our industries. In short, we will never be able to have a more inclusive economic growth in our communities. Or in short, we can never achieve these outcomes. So to locate LGU competitiveness planning in this particular framework, it's actually the blue ones. But when you do that blue ones in terms of your planning activity, you really have to look into its result or its impact on the sector that drives your local economy. So, for example, infrastructure. You need to make sure that your infrastructure really supports tourism development. If tourism is the one driving your local economy. If it's agribusiness, your farm to market roads are in place so that there will be efficiency in the delivery of, or in the aspect of economic dynamism. So those things are actually interrelated with one another, and therefore we need to really make sure that they are linked with one another. And actually that's the essence of the value nga kung ikaw isang local government unit, Kuminsan, hindi mo role talaga. It's a private sector's role to develop tourism, to develop agribusiness, IT, BPO. But your very basic role as a local government unit, province, municipality, and city is to really create an enabling environment or an ecosystem that is conducive to attracting, investors, retaining them into your area, helping them expand, and helping them diversify their operations. And by so doing, you will be able to, sustain the operations of the local government unit and subsequently develop a kind of economic growth that is inclusive. So yun ang yun ang summary ko when I see the importance of why we have to push for LGUs to be competitive. Kasi siya ang, kung sa computer pa, siya ang operating system. Na kung hindi nagwo-work ang operating system ng computer ninyo, hindi kayo makagamit ng Word, hindi kayo makagamit ng Excel files ninyo, hindi kayo maka-Zoom, hindi kayo makagawa, maka-Facebook, and so on and so forth. So actually, for me, ang analogy ko ng competitiveness is actually your operating system for a computer. No, dapat updated siya, dapat comparably to the other systems, it's better. Kasi it will help support building a more competitive and resilient LGU. And the kind of benefits that you will derive out of it is, of course, from the LGU, marami kayong pera. So you can increase your salaries, you can provide for the retirement of your people, you can put in more benefits, to the employees and the staff. For the entrepreneurs, you can have more sustainable enterprises. And of course, at the end of the day, those people who are working for the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the fisher folks, the service workers, will increase their income, have more savings. Therefore, they can be able to send children to school, enjoy recreation, and of course, provide for their health needs. No? So any threat or pandemic, they easily have the ability to become resilient or to mitigate the impacts of these particular threats. So that actually ends my my summary para hindi na maraming PowerPoints para makita ninyo kaagad yung the idea, kasi itong training na 2 days, maybe it's a good way to start with. Hindi ko ba na-share? Ay, sorry. Hindi ko pala na-share, sorry.
Oh, sir,
Did I
wala.
not? Wala. Ulitin ko for your purpose. Sorry, hindi din. Ngayon ko lang nakita. Nakita nyo na? Can you see it now?
Meron na, sir. Meron na po.
O sige, balikan ko talaga. So, basically, ang summary ko is actually, I started by saying na ang foundation ng competitiveness planning natin is actually the gap analysis. And usually you get it from CMCI, from the Seal of Good Local Governance, from SIDRA, many other sources. Ang challenge dito is actually to identify anong mga areas for improvement, weaknesses and threats, anong mga strengths and opportunities that you can take advantage of so that you will have to develop a position. Bakit may developing ng position? Kasi practically kulang talaga ang resources natin, no, sa government. So you need to really maximize your capacity and resources. That's why the key questions like what sectors drive your economy, what are your strengths and weaknesses and opportunities, what are your threats and weaknesses, are very important questions to really define kung anong position ninyo in the next 3 years. Then from there, you develop a competitiveness plan, meaning from the position statement. I will change this diagram based sa output natin, no? Kasi ang element ng competitiveness plan natin are actually the 4 pillars, maybe in the future 5 pillars. But in this plan, na-notice nyo, nandun na yung sector plan. itong input, provision, production, processing, distribution, and consumption. Then all these will be the source for developing your SWOT and coming up with a position statement. Then you will be able to develop a competitiveness plan. I shared to you the technique, and from there you will be able to develop a scorecard. Then each of these elements in the scorecard, like as an example kanina, business, economic, tourism, economic recovery, we can prepare actually a business model, which I gave you as an example. Then I think the last important summary that I really wanted to leave you in this particular workshop is when you do competitiveness planning, you just don't look at the 4 pillars, the blue ones, which lead you to make your LGU more competitive and which will lead you to your LGU building support services. It's not just about it. When you do a competitiveness planning, you also have to look into what sectors drive your economy and find out whether these sectors are also competitive and resilient. Kasi the very essence of why you develop a business environment or an ecosystem that is competitive is that it will support the key sectors that drive your economy. So again, my point is, when you do competitiveness planning for the LGU, it should be done together with sector planning, sector competitiveness planning. Why we are doing this is because the reason for having a competitiveness plan is to create a business enabling environment or ecosystem that supports the building of a more competitive agribusiness, tourism, or education or other sectors. And why is it that the LGU is really should do that, both competitiveness planning and sector planning? Because you want the business entrepreneurs to sustain their enterprises, meaning they grow, expand, and diversify. And as a result, they pay good taxes, they pay extras for the fees that they have to pay, garbage fees, and so on. What happens is you create an LGU that whose revenue base is stable, meaning it's not only dependent on the national national transfer allotment, but also in its own internally generated revenues because of a more sustainable enterprises in your particular locality. So revenues are increased, and therefore your budget for social services will be minimized because your target farmers and service workers and fisher folks, for example, have increased their income because they have sustainable jobs and employment, and therefore they are able to provide for their own education, housing needs, health needs. And that is the essence of why we have to build a more inclusive communities in your localities. So yun lang naman ang summary ko na when you develop LGU plan, competitiveness plan, it should be done in the context of a sector plan. When I say sector plan, yung agribusiness, agriculture, tourism, and many other plans. 32 yan, plus the plans. So pwede yung gamitin yan as a starting point to identify priority gaps. And these priority gaps are the basis to develop your plans. So yun lang naman ang summary ko. And ang workshop natin dito, last time ang workshop ninyo dito sa sector development, we need to look at it and combine it, and the end result or the outcomes that we hope is one that where the farmers are happy, satisfied, they have quality of life, the entrepreneurs are sustaining their enterprises, and the LGUs are not having problems on revenues and funding their own programs and services. So that's the summary that I want to share with you, which I also would like to leave you as part of the process of building a more self-reliant and inclusive communities. So if all your LGUs are self-reliant and inclusive, what happens to our country? It will be a country that is also inclusive and self-reliant. So thank you very much, and hope to hear from you, your reactions on this. I'll share muna, and I'll share the slides. Okay, may mga questions kayo at this point?
May mga katanungan po ang mga participants natin. Marami pong tips na naibigay si Sir. So ano po ang yung mga your thoughts? Any share?
Maraming gagawin. Maraming gagawin sa LGU, no?
Any sharing from our LGU participants? Ano ang kanilang take dito sa mga iba't ibang topic, Mr. From Ilocosur, swerte po ang Ilocosur. Dahil yung pong present po ninyo ay ginawan na ng sample ni Sir doon sa business plan, nandoon na po. And then yung competitiveness plan, nandoon na rin po. So, how about sa province of Pangasinan? Hello? Ako PPDO ng Pangasinan. Any comment or sharing? Pwede pong pakibukas po ang yung mga camera. Baka po ang mga nandito na nakalagay ay wala naman sila doon. So, nandito pa po yung Bugalyon, Bani, ano pa? Province of Ilocosur. Yun pong ibang LGU, Bugalyon, Narvacan, Santa Cruz. Sana po ay
they learn something from me. I hope so.
Sana po ay nandyan pa po kayo dahil magpapasubmit po kami ng output para dito sa mga itinulo sa atin ni Sir Francis. So, pwede na po kayo magtanong ngayon habang nandito po si Sir. And after that, sasabihin na namin kung ano po yung mga kailangan po ninyo na isubmit na outputs. Narvacan, nandito ba ang Narvacan? Santa Cruz, Ilocosur, Bani, andyan po si Sir, nandyan pa pala. Tagudin. Ayun, kumakaway si na ma'am. So, parang hindi ko nakikita ang Bugalyon, Narvacan, and Santa Cruz. Ay, nandun pala sa itaas si ma'am. Sorry po. Narvacan, Santa Cruz. Wala. So, meron po kayong katanungan? Wala na po?
Very much na lang.
Wala. Or na-overwhelm kayo?
Baka na-overwhelmed talaga.
Sa mga lahat na pinakita ni Sir. Kasi from this morning, nandoon na yung kahapon, yung competitive profile, and then yung strategic position, and then yung competitiveness plan. Meron pa yung sinasabi ni Sir na scorecard. And then yung last, yung business continuity plan. So, na-overwhelm po kayo doon. Very siguro. So kung ano man po yung katanungan, yung mga hindi nyo naintindihan, pwede po ninyong tanungin ngayon kay Sir. Kasi mahirap na po ang ganito na na-invite natin siya. Siguro after the election, maraming LGU ang mag-i-invite kay Sir. So ito po ay isang malaking opportunity para sa atin na makasama po natin si Sir Francis as our resource speaker.
Sige. Anyway, I'm available ko in case. No? You can contact Narby.
Okay, Sir. Pag may mga LDO na gustong kunin po ang yung services, ito kayong magpatulungan ay ano po.
Yeah. Yung mga anecdotes. Di ba yung first Luzon job ko with PBSP, Philippine Business for Social Progress. Yung first, I really want to share this to you. First travel ko outside Manila sa Luzon is Tagudin. There's a co-op in Tagudin, Ilocos Sur. Ang co-op nandun pa rin, yung co-op, yung cooperative.
Anong co-op kaya yun, Sir?
From Credit Co-op yun before. That's my first project actually sa PBSP. So I have to get off from Manila mga 11 o'clock. Tapos ang bilis ng bus, naka-standby ako sa waiting shed mga alas 4. Tapos ang meeting ko alas 8 pa.
Ang
nakakatawa. Tagal na yun. Pero that's the first experience I can always remember. Kasi you have to sleep in the bus from Manila. Tapos, estimate ko I have to be there mga 7. Pero ang bilis ng bus, alas 4 pa lang nandun ako sa Tagudin. Nakaupo sa waiting shed.
Maganda. So, any more? So lahat po nandyan pa rin po na kaya lang hindi sila nagtatanong, Sir.
I think they are absorbed or baka maraming information. That's why I tried to make a one-page summary kanina. Sige.
Wala na pong talaga.
Sige, okay lang.
Maraming salamat po, Sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And it is an opportunity na hindi po namin we cannot thank you enough, Sir, dahil sa binigyan yung opportunity na makasama namin kayo dito sa training ng Module 2 dito sa LED4LGUs.
Miss you, Narby.
Thank you very much, Sir, in behalf of Regional Director Jolie and Assistant Regional Director Ma'am Agnes.
Sa Boracay sila.
Thank you again, Sir.
Thank you very much, and I hope you learn from this experience. Yeah.
And also, Ma'am Kathleen Mateo of DTI. Thank you very much, Ma'am. We hope to work with you again in our future undertakings. Lalo na partner po tayo sa CIBOL, yung Workforce Development Program.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Ma'am Kat.
Thank you.
For part, meron po yung post-evaluation na naka-shared sa chat box. Pwede po na i-fill up po. And also, yung mga hindi pa nakapag-attendance kaninang umaga and kahapon, please fill up yung attendance link. Yung attendance. Naka-post po yung link sa chat box natin.
Okay, so we are done with our module 2 on LED4LGUs training. So for this 2-day activity po, we know you are a bit overwhelmed. So just want to have a synthesis po, no, in a very simple way na lang po. So we had the discussion on the introduction to LED. Ito ay para ma-ensure na alam natin kung ano ba ang local economic development. So to have the basic knowledge at least. Ayan, and para we have the same and right understanding on what LED is all about. So kasi it is important that we get the right knowledge, otherwise baka mali or hindi align yung ating mga ginagawa towards sa kagustuhan natin to achieve economic development. Okay, so hindi, wait lang. Opo. So yun napag-aralan din natin no sa ating 2-day activity po na on how to build a business friendly and competitive LGU through our session. So ayun, kailangan natin maka-attract ng ating new investment and maka-encourage no those existing to retain their businesses in our LGU kasi makakatulong po sila sa atin pong recovery kasi medyo lumagapak po yung atin pong economy because of the pandemic, and I guess wala naman pong na-spare na LGU na hindi po nakaramdam ng pagbagsak po ng konti yung kanilang mga economy. Ayun, so now that we are near to endemic, we have to prepare na din for our economic recovery, and this is basically one of the purpose po ng ating training, yung rebuilding consumer and businesses for new normal. And thankfully, we have those government policies and programs which were discussed din no kahapon na nakakapag-contribute po sa atin pong efforts for our recovery. And sa ating pagre-recover, we need to work on our local economic development. Pero yun nga po, sa nakita natin na proseso, hindi po yun madali. Ayan. So first, we need to know kung ano po yung current na status no, or condition ng ating LGU. And kailangan i-ensure din natin na yung mga gusto nating mangyari at yung mga ginagawa natin ay in harmony naman. Kaya we need to have a plan. So sabi nga ni Sir Francis, yung plan po na local competitiveness plan ay roadmap po natin yan. Ayan. So, sa pagbuo po ng ating plano, makakatulong po sa atin yung mga result ng mga assessment tools na present din po sa atin, yung SGLG, yung CMCI, yung ating mga SIDRA. So, actually, sabi nga po ni Sir Francis, yung data and the information nandyan na yan. So, all we need to do is to make use of this data. Okay? Ayan. So, sa mga results po ay na-identify kung ano yung mga kailangan nating gawin. Of course, we need to put that into plan nga sa ating So, to serve as our guide and para ma-ensure that the strategies are in harmony sa kung ano yung gusto nating nga pong mangyari, sa kung anong kailangan nating gawin, para smooth din po yung implementasyon. And tinuruan din po tayo ni Sir Francis on how to prepare our competitiveness plan. No? So nagkaroon tayo ng on-the-spot simplified demonstration on the process or manner on how to link yung atin pong competitiveness profile to our strategic positioning hanggang sa atin pong competitiveness plan. So we encourage you to have your questions po kanina kasi and clarifications because we will really be asking for your outputs po. So hindi po yung output na for the sake lang na may maipasa tayo. So kasi magagamit nyo din po yon as a starting point po no sa atin po mga plano. And we also had the presentation on the different approaches and strategies to enhance our LGU competitiveness sa ating pong sessions 6 and 7. So these approaches and these strategies are of course to help you to set out how you intend to employ po yung ating pong mga resources in order po to na ma-achieve po natin yung ating goal in economic development. And We also had the business continuity planning kanina na present din ni Sir Francis na I think meron po tayong assignment din dyan sa ating business continuity, yung ating pong business continuity plan. So we hope that you learned so much not only for this module po, no, but to the whole series po ng LED4LGU training kasi we are providing you this po as a way of helping you sa inyo pong recovery. Kumbaga yung part namin is i-capacitate po kayo and you all you need to do po is yung execution and of course the implementation. Ayan. So again, we will be asking any more questions po kung meron po kayong concerns, clarifications. Before po tayo mag-proceed sa atin pong ways forward. Okay, so since wala naman na po, let's move on na po sa atin pong ways forward. So sa atin pong module 1, meron pong requirement yung output po natin for the LGU-led readiness. So yung agreement po doon ay ipapasa po ninyo hanggang April 9. Ayan, and for etong module 2, medyo madami-dami po tayong mga output na kailangang i-submit. So, andyan po yung LGU competitiveness profile, yung strategic position, at saka yung inyo pong LGU competitiveness plan which will be submitted not later than April 15. And yung atin naman pong investment brief and the business continuity plan is until April 22, 2022. So, ayan. So, yung atin pong mga concerned na DILG field officers po, na lang po, monitor na lang po and ensure po yung ating pong submission ng ating pong mga outputs. Okay, then submit po yung ating pong outputs sa link na naka-share ay na nandun po sa baba, https://bit.ly/led4LGUs 2022. Okay, so i-share na din po sa sa chat natin yung link. And for the para po sa mga presentations, kino-collect lang po namin and then same link na lang din po natin makukuha yon. Diyan na rin po sa bit.ly/led4LGUs 2022. Meron pa bang additional? No? So merong concern ang LGU Tagudin. Can we submit end of April kasi SGLG preparation pa namin is scheduled on April 12 po. Okay po. So we consider naman po no yung schedule nga po ng ating mga LGU since ongoing yung kanilang SGLG preparation. Pero yun pong ating workshop po kasi ng module 1, April 9, kumbaga last week pa po yun. So we believe naman po na siguro natapos na po natin kasi we need to submit po kasi sa LGA yung atin pong ang atin pong mga output. May question ay may concern po per LGU po ba ang submission or per office per LGU? Bale per LGU na po siya. So kung kailangan po na mag-sit down yung atin pong mga team to prepare po yung ating mga output po.
Hello, good afternoon po. Our module 3 kasi is scheduled on April 28, 29. So before module 3, we hope po na itong mga outputs na nandito ay mai-submit. So yeah, we are actually aware that lahat po ay busy for the SDLG at malaki po yung preparation ng that. Pero can you submit yung module 2 workshop outputs kung hindi po kakayanin itong mga nakalagay na timelines? If you can submit it before the module 3 schedule po. So module 3 is scheduled on April 28, 29. So if you cannot submit yung nakalagay na April 15 to 22, please submit po before na lang po. Mga hanggang ano lang po, not later than April 27 na lang po. For module 2 work outputs po ha, but we are actually requesting na yung module 1 output po sana ay mai-submit po next week. Next week ba yun, Manang Nard? Yeah, next week. Please. Okay lang po ba yung ano, yung tanong po ng Tagudin? Kasi Tagudin is requesting na April 30 pero Juliet, baka pwedeng ano before April 30, no? Before the conduct of module 3. Kasi we need to submit kasi sa LGA.
Hindi mahirap po kung mamaya sila. Kailangan naman ka.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am? Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Miss.
Yung investment brief kasi, ma'am, parang malabong may submit namin sa April 22 kasi nga parang masyadong ano yan eh, maraming gagawin yan, ma'am eh. Actually, meron na po kaming investment profile, i-update na lang sana namin yun. Pero kailangan namin ng mga technical na mag-a-assist sa amin para ma-improve yung aming output.
Ma'am, not later than April 27 na po. Kung hindi kakayanin po ng hanggang 22. Kasi yeah, we are aware po kayo sa SDLG.
Ma'am, pwede after election?
Ma'am, wag. Kasi we need to submit kasi ma'am yung outputs po nyo sa LGA. Kasi requirement because this training program is funded by the local government academy and we need to submit these requirements as way of ano doon sa downloaded. Hello, okay na po ba? Yeah, we are aware po na lahat po ng LGU. So, para po klaro na lang for module 2, you need not follow yung April 15 and April 22, but we are requesting our LGU participants to please submit these outputs not later than April 27 dito po sa link na ito. Ganun na lang po. So, okay lang po ba sa mga kasama po natin from the LGUs? If you can submit that on 15 and 22, so much the better. Pero for those who are VC Act for the preparation of the SDLG, nakikiusap po kami kung po pwede po April 27, not later than April 27, before mag-run po yung module 3. Yes po ba? Hello, are you still with us po? I think it's silence means yes. So yan po. So our agreement. Time's up na. Say thank you. Thank you po from the participants of Tagudin. So again, our outputs ay nakalagay dyan. So for those na hindi po nakadinig, nakarinig kanina, so you need not na lang yung timelines na nakalagay diyan, but not later than April 27 po for module 2 outputs na. Thank you po. Napaka-hectic po yung natin ngayon. Yung nangyaring balitaktakan natin ngayon, and we're very thankful sa ating mga resource persons, yung mga knowledge and expertise po na na-share nyo po sa mga LGU participants natin. And again, I would like also to extend our gratitude sa mga LGU participants na umupo po for the 2-day activity, and we hope po na yung mga deliverables po for these 2 training programs that we have conducted ay maibigay po natin. So again po, thank you very much for your support sa aming pong training.
Okay, so I think we are done with our module 2. So pakiano na lang po yung atin pong mga deadlines and yung atin pong mga output. So magsama-sama na lang po ulit tayo sa module 3 po natin on April 28 and 29. So same Zoom details pa rin po. And same participants. So magkita-kita po ulit tayo sa module 3. Okay, so that would be all po. And again, thank you so much po for your attendance, and God bless us all po. Thank you. Pahabol po para i-remind lang din po namin yung pag-accomplish po natin ng ating pong post-evaluation. And for those who are not yet done with the attendance, paki-fill out na rin po. Salamat.